Okay, hey guys, welcome to the live. Happy Thursday today. Uh Kent's joining me, of course, tonight. I guess Charmaine the troll had a live, I guess prior to this. I'm just curious if she lasted longer than 3 or 4 hours. Because do you remember that, Kent, when she was always making fun of me for my long lives?
Yep.
Good fight, good fight, troll. But I
And
did get a
now she's too good for us. She won't even join us. But she'll be in the chat.
well, I'm one of those last minute people because of my schedule and stuff like that. And I just have to feel the urge to do a live if I'm tired. And I've been tired this week because of getting up at like 4:30 and 5:30 and stuff this week. Depends if I'm working from home or not. But so yeah, so I needed a little nappy that didn't, I had a little one. But anyways, you guys, whatever. Happy Thursday. Welcome to the live. Obviously, this live is about Jack and Lily that are missing or have been missing since May 2nd of 2025. And here we are 5.5 months later. And yeah, it's crazy. 5 months and I guess what, 14 days. And still no answers for Jack and Lily. So again, where are their voices? So thank you guys. If you guys haven't hit that like and the share, please do so, of course, for Jack and Lily. Keep the algorithm out there, keep their our voices out there. And it's because of you guys that make that happen. I can only do lives and I can hit my own like to a live, but you guys are the ones that hit the like and the share and keep Jack and Lily's voices out there. So again, I see, let's do a few shout outs. They can't, I'm not going to do too many, you guys. We're going to kind of get into it. Um, let's see here. I see Daphne's in the house. Hey, Daphne. Jen's in the house. Matt is a catter. Robin W. Catastrophe. I really like that play on words there. Belinda Believes is in the house. Hey, Zach. Zach's in the house. Hey, Zach, if you guys haven't checked Zach out, Zach is what you call remote viewing. He does. And he has a channel, Zach Jackson. So don't forget to check out Zach. I always like to, okay, you guys know I feel how I feel about this. There's some really good people that I feel like where they're very grounded and down to earth when it comes to mediums or card readers and stuff like that. Okay, I'm a very spiritual person by nature. I just never say never to things, right? I mean, if there's like a five-legged man out there, possible, probably, I don't know, but I just never say never, right? I always try to look at different things. But the one thing I do find when I do, find at nighttime when I'm relaxing and that, I'll watch whatever video Zach has put out, whatever one Shell Tarot Spirit has put out. If Jamie comes out with one, watch that. And that passionate perseverance when I like her too. But what I'm looking for when I usually watch those is maybe something that I'm not thinking about that makes sense, right? Because everyone has their different thoughts and opinions about this case, but I'm always looking for the information I already have to see if something kind of maybe pops out that kind of adds to this whole puzzle piece that you're trying to put together for Jack and Lily. And some people, like myself, I do like sleuthing, I do like digging for information and stuff like that. Why? Because it's just about finding the truth. And especially when there's these cases that you don't understand, like Nicola Bully's case or Jay Slater's case, and all these cases that have like this this air of uh, mystery behind them. And so this case does not lack that, and it does not lack the bullshit that goes with it as well. It usually happens in high profile cases, and so to me, it's not abnormal that this is all happening. What I find disgusting is that it's actually happening while two missing children are missing, and you're looking for answers. And to me, there's just a bunch of BS going on. And that's how I feel about the case. And you're trying to decipher the truth within the shit. And, it's hard because it starts getting jumbled, right? All the information. And then you kind of flip flop going, oh, let me look this way. And then you come to realize that where's the truth? Like, if these people are telling the truth, where's the truth? For Jack and Lily, they deserve it, right, Kent? They deserve the truth. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yep. And so, I mean, the mission first and foremost is keeping awareness to Jack and Lily's case, being voices for Jack and Lily. I'm not a private investigator, but I just like trying to figure out the truth, right? It's just one of those things is that I've always been one of those little deep divers. Like if someone tries to play me for a fool, then I will basically, take you for you thinking that I'm an idiot and believing you, and then I'll pop that information back in your face to call you out and say like, like go fuck yourself. Whoop, go fudge yourself or something like that. Don't want to use too many F bombs here. But anyways, but that's how I kind of feel, right? And so this case does not lack a lot of trying to just, again, we just do it for different reasons and stuff like that. But for me, I just like to look at a timeline and try to get an accurate timeline. And the same thing happened in Sebastian Rogers' case is that, it's a very parallel case. I kid you not. But you're trying to find the truth between the inconsistencies that don't make sense. But you can only go so far. You can only have, unless the people that know what happened to Jack and Lily, come forward, or that somebody has information comes forward, right? Again, hopefully that happens in this case, and that little nugget, kind of opens up the case more with the information, because they obviously seem to need, you know, um, more to go on with what happened with Jack and Lily, right? I'm sure that they know a lot more than us, but what that is, we don't know. But obviously, I guess like Daniel said, this case probably should have been closed a long time ago, right? Da, 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 da. Nope. But if people were telling the truth, perhaps it would be. But anyways, Ken, a lot of stuff always going on and stuff like that. I'm just going to ask you quickly, Kent, anything that we're going to talk about, please bring me home. We're going to actually, Kent, do you want to start off with that? Please bring me home. Unless you want
you got an admirer in the chat first.
Oh, who do I have? Who loves me? Somebody
Rebecca.
What does Rebecca say? Oh, Sunny is a fraud. Oh, really? Let's see, Rebecca. Well, it's probably not your true picture, Rebecca. Anyways, Rebecca, have a cup of go. I do not give a shit about what you have to say, and enjoy the block that you're going to get, because nasty people like you deserve exactly that. You got no space in true crime or on, to be honest with you, people like you are just pathetic. Let's just put it that way. So ban user, block, have a good day. There's always those ones, right? Even when I'm watching DT show, Mariska, whoever. Okay. They're just always trying to trash me. And I honestly have a zero care level of that stuff. Like honestly, it just doesn't bug me because I expect it. And it just do I worry about people that I don't care about, or do I worry more about bringing a voice for the victims of the missing and the murdered? So those are just meaningless things that people are saying. So go ahead, trash me all you want. Have a zero care level on that stuff. We're just here to try to find answers for Jack and Lily and bring cases out there and stuff like that. So for all those people that have those loving, caring hearts that are deep and compassionate, thank you for being here. For the ones that are negative, miserable, and just have like nothing else better to do with their lives and stuff like that, but to spew negativity, leave, go away. Do not want you here. So anyways, Kent,
going back to what we were going to talk about.
let's talk about please bring me home, and
back to regular scheduled programming. Yeah, so Bring Me Home is the nonprofit organization which, due to Belinda and Christine and a few others, has taken up Jack and Lily's case. And the exciting news that we want to break tonight is if you have any questions for the executive director, which is Eric. Can you say his last name, Sonny?
Sure. I always keep forgetting. I always keep butchering it. Nick. We'll just say Nick. His name is Nick.
Okay.
Did you say Eric?
Nick? Yeah, I did say Eric. So Nick will be joining us tomorrow evening, 7 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Atlantic, answering your questions from the chat, as well as Belinda's, I hope, and my own, and Sonny's, here on It's a Crime and Shame.
Yeah.
So we'll be able to get the details of how they do things, what their success rates are, things like that. Anything you're interested in, the executive director will be here this tomorrow evening.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to thank Kent because Kent had said because when Chrissy Tavers, I guess, was in the chat, and then Kent had said, made posed the question, if she would like to come up and join a live, and next thing, like I said, so like Kent's working this. I just was like, Kent, can you just work on this? Not like Kent doesn't do enough already, but honestly, it was just easier for me to say, hey, Kent, can you work this out? But anyways, and so Kent did. So thank you, Kent, for organizing this. And again, so Kent has been working on it for, I don't know, well, since Chrissy Tavers, like last week. And
Yeah.
so, yeah, so message came back saying that Nick was going to be joining the live. Now, you guys, I mean, heartbreaking enough because so basically he's out searching for a case of a missing girl from last year. And so he said, so yeah, after, we finish up on the search tomorrow, I can join the live. So again, bless people's caring hearts out there that truly, truly go ahead. Or is
I
that
never
just your,
said I never
yeah,
said nothing.
yeah, it's just your thing coming through the mic. So, anyways, I always want to say this, like, bless your caring hearts, for again all the kind people out there that truly don't want to sit there and constantly say bash things, that they truly want to be a voice for Jack and Lily. To all the kind people that do the kind gestures for Jack and Lily, or the fact that please bring me home. Belinda had reached out to them. They said that they would take it on, and so they'll be coming. And so yeah, so we're just gonna listen to this clip, and it's about a minute and 55 seconds, and it's to do, and that's Nick, that's right there in front of you guys. So I'll be, yeah, like, I want to know how, like, from their side of it, how they obviously start things when somebody messages them, like, so what is their kind of stages of exactly what they start doing, everything about their searching. So yeah, so that will be cool to have. He's the executive director of Bring Me Home. So again, thanks to Chrissy, thanks to Kent, thanks to Nick. And so that should be a really great, well, no, it will be. Will be a good live. But anyway, so let's play this, okay, guys? And again, to everyone that's coming in, please hit the like and the share for Jack and Lily. And thank you guys for coming in and watching the live tonight. And let me find that one. Volunteer. So we'll make it bigger. All right. Let me turn up the volume a bit. Boost it up. All right.
So the ideal solution is we locate them. We got to find these kids.
For Nick Oldreeve of Please Bring Me Home, the goal of their involvement in the search for Lily and Jack Sullivan, who went missing on May 2nd from their home in Lansdowne Station, is to shake the tree.
Maybe it implores somebody to send in a tip if they know something, or the search efforts continue and they're in those woods.
He says the nonprofit group has only been involved in the case for about 5 days, but adds the children's grandmother, Belinda Gray, had reached out to them back in May. Oldreeve says they've had success so far in getting more information out, circulating a statement on October 13th that they say is from Lily and Jack's mother, Malaya Brooks Murray. She writes, "I will never stop searching for my children until they are found and brought home safe and sound. Someone somewhere knows something, so please bring my babies home." RCMP couldn't verify the accuracy of the statement circulating on social media, but know that Malaya Brooks Murray has confirmed authorship of a written statement. As for next steps, the organization is encouraging people to come forward with tips and are considering doing a search in November, adding it will most likely be a search of waterways in the area.
It's really difficult because we've seen everything be thrown at this area for searching. So, but it's an extra layer of precaution to make sure that they weren't underwater while searches were happening.
Nova Scotia RCMP told Global News they're aware Please Bring Me Home is planning an independent search, but add the initiative is separate from their own investigation. On October 8th, RCMP said they are still exploring all possible options in the search for Lily and Jack. Angela Capobianco, Global News, Halifax.
Global News Morning in the Vancouver Fall Home Show, October 23rd to 26th.
I was trying to stop it.
Convention Center invite.
Okay, whoops. Go away. Global News. Okay. Well, we don't want to have that, do we? I'm goofing. I'm clicking on things. All of a sudden it starts keep going. But anyways, I'm going to bring that down for a second and I'll bring this back up on stage. So that's great to hear, right, guys? I mean, me personally, again, parallel to Sebastian Rogers' case, same stuff happened, right? Is that people want answers, right? There is no answers at this point that we know of, right? But Sebastian Rogers, same thing. After so long, people get antsy, right? And then in this case, Belinda wants answers. Family members want answers to what happened to Jack and Lily. And in Sebastian Rogers' case, they did the same thing. Search team came in. And what happened different, though, in Sebastian Rogers' case, the trolls that came out of the woodwork, like literally these boots on the ground people, that search team actually had to leave the case because of Joe. But they actually had to leave the case because they were getting so many targeted threats and stuff like that. It was nasty. I certainly hope that people understand that these people are here to try to help and assist, and something is always better than nothing. That's how I always look at everything. And in this case, I really hope that people are very supportive, opening up their properties, that family members, wherever they ask to search, that they're willing to say, yeah, no problem. Absolutely. Right. So I think it's a beautiful thing when people out there unselfishly have an organization that they just really want to help, right? And their goal is because obviously they're compassionate and caring and stuff like that. Now, do people like Please Bring Me Home, or in Sebastian Rogers' case, do these organizations run on monopoly money? Absolutely not, right? They run on, of course, donations and stuff like that for that. So again, Kent, I don't know, is when they are doing this, I know that they look for whether it's water, different places to stay and stuff like that. Do they actually have a link or GoFundMe or something to this, to Jack and Lily's case? How are they doing it for that people that do want to donate?
He might be able to go into depth on that more tomorrow.
Oh, I guess we could ask. Yeah.
It's I do know there will not be a GoFundMe for it because I've asked that question. They said once they had the details of when they're going to be landing boots on the ground, then through Christine's Facebook page, there will be a link there to donate to this search effort. Okay. And that's how, they make the email or whatever unique for this case, and that way it allows them to provide as much assets. One thing that I can let people know, and we will go into more depth, of course, tomorrow, is that Bring Me Home is made up from retired searchers, retired police officers, lawyers, private investigators. They have a full range of experience on their team, as well as a full range of assets that they have capabilities to, including dogs. And then they have private contractors for the resources that they do use sometimes, but don't have themselves.
Absolutely. So I can't knock anyone that is trying to, there's always people out there that are going to be like scammers, blah, 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 and stuff like that, again, but those are the people that try to take away from the good kindness of others. Don't get me wrong. There's people out there that scam in this world and stuff like that. But come on, you think they're going to build something for years based upon trying to, scam people and stuff like that. So anyways, for me, it's always about these people that have unselfishness to them. They got a lot of love in their hearts and care for people and just try to find answers. And to me, it's kind of like me, right? It's like if something's your calling, it's your calling. And that's how I see it. Like, like it's not like when I was younger, I go, oh yeah, my calling is, to help people and stuff like that. It's just something I just did naturally without tagging it because I don't like tags and stuff like that about like I don't like labels per se. But again, I know that what my path is on this earth, right? Once I actually was adult enough to go, oh, all these,
And and the thing is what I like to stress is up until the point of when the dogs came, what was everybody crying for? Dogs.
dogs,
So
right?
then once the dogs came, now it seems like the crying call seems to be new eyes. So here comes your new eyes.
Yeah. Well, again, I would never take away from anyone that's willing to help out in the case of the missing and the murdered. That adds value to doing something. So again, I'll be really interested in hearing what Nick has to say. And, again, thanks, Kent, for reaching out to Chrissy and then talking to Nick and to come join that live tomorrow. Looking forward to that. I like to always understand things as well, right? Like I'm a person that asks a lot of questions because like I want to understand, okay, so how does this start? And then, how does it, fester from there in a sense and go out. So that's going to be cool. Okay. Now, is there
And I
anything else?
like hearing things from the horse's mouth, so that's why I went after them.
Honestly, I love hearing things from the horse's mouth myself, right? I try to go to the source of stuff because there's so many different things. There's so many rumors. There's so much crap out there. My thing is this, right? No matter what, I've always been grateful to any family members that have been speaking out, whether you believe them or not, or whether I believe them or not, is a whole different ball of wax because obviously Daniel speaking out and his inconsistencies, well, to me, it's kind of like, I can't keep beating a dead horse. He's just so inconsistent that the trust is gone there on anything that he says anymore. So I couldn't even tell you what is truthful within the inconsistencies because it's gotten past that point. But, I still try to use certain information just to try to understand perhaps the timeline about Jack and Lily and stuff like that. Okay. Now, if you got nothing more to say about that, we're going to move on here. And
Yep.
I want to go over one of Daniel's first interviews, actually. And where is it? Hope I didn't close it off. Okay. And I'm just going to use, no. Hold on. Oh, maybe, no. Close that off. That's what happens when I've got too many tabs open. Hold on a second. Let me just go back to my messenger here. Okay, that's that one. Kent, that was the one you said. No, I got to go back to my own name. Okay. Yeah, I think I accidentally closed it off. We're going to have to deal with an ad for a second, so I'll just wait. Hate it, but whatever. Now, on YouTube, I don't have ads, but when it's not a YouTube thing, then it's going to show ads.
We were searching. We covered everywhere possible. Even in the first day, we did. Even with me running through the woods, I was ahead of the helicopters and ahead of the drones and stuff like that. Screaming as loud as I can, and just until my throat hurt.
Okay, so if I haven't made this crystal clear, let me make it crystal clear. I believe personally that Daniel is a narcissist. Now, a narcissist, and this is only by coming across an exceptional narcissist in my life. Like, ugh. And I'll tell you, they're leech suckers, they're zap suckers of energy. They're constantly gaslighting. They're constantly using manipulation tactics. But the thing is, in order to become a narcissist, it's off of different clusters, right? Whether it's ADHD, borderline personality disorder, right? So it's not like narcissism is derived by having all these other traits to go with it. Okay. So it's just not like one cluster by itself in a sense. It's derived from clusters. Now, I totally believe Daniel myself, and I've told him this many times, dude. Like, you are like a narcissist. I think in one of the messages he told me like that he's been called that. To me, Daniel, I feel like he has zero self-awareness of the perception of how he is viewed. And I honestly just feel like when Daniel's speaking, that it's like a mask, right? That person that puts on a mask because they're so insecure that they've built up this wall. But unfortunately, it turned into someone that, narcissist, someone that uses manipulative personalities to, get things or do things and stuff like that. And so when he says that he gets ahead of the drones and whatever, it's just a classic another thing of Daniel, of him. And sorry, Daniel, calling it like I'm calling it. Simple as that. Call it how I see it. Spade is a spade to me. But anyways, so it's always about this grandiose personality that he's not aware that he's doing this, in my opinion, but he's always upping better than anyone else, right? Saying that stuff. And again, just it always strikes me whenever I hear these, it's like, I just don't think that Daniel has that awareness or self, to look at himself, really self-awareness, just to go, yeah, I guess I do sound like I'm full of shit, do I? No, because I think that he believes in his bullshit, but he thinks that we believe in his bullshit too and stuff like that. So that's how I feel about that when he's talking about, like he just had to get it out there that I was ahead of the drones, the helicopters, and Daniel.
Running through water that was up to my waist. And as soon as I got back, I wasn't allowed back in the woods until a man dressed in a military outfit said I could go back into the woods.
4 days into the search for his missing stepkids, Lily and Jack Sullivan, Daniel Martell is pleading with the public to keep their eyes peeled. But he has begun to lose hope they are anywhere in the vicinity.
I hate being wet and cold, so they immediately would have came right back into the house. The only two prints are right beside the house facing the...
Right. Okay. Now, we kind of have three narratives going on here, don't we, Kent? We got the hidden, that Malaya side of the family. I had taken part in hiding these kids, helping Malaya, whatever. And then
I think that's developed.
Sorry?
I think that theory may have developed.
Which one? The hidden?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was right near the start when Charmaine was talking with, like I would say within a few weeks, right? When Charmaine had that conversation with Daniel.
But I'm talking now. Like, I think it's developed that it may still be a case of hidden, but I don't know if people are as set on family or not. Put it that way.
Who else? Okay. So what, like random stranger then, or?
No, I don't know about random stranger. I just don't think it's as close as what some people may have been talking about in the past. And that's just my own judgment of the way things are moving along.
Yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying, still not buying it, but I get what you're saying about that. Just like I don't buy DT's whole, the kids walk down the road, that they, wander, like, that wander word could be taken, like seriously. So they wandered up into the woods, they wandered around the property. Again, perhaps in the different, homes or whatever. Did the kids maybe wander, down read or something?
One thing that I would like to say to DT, and I brung it up last night when I popped up on his show. I said, because he's saying in this time frame that they walked to where the boots were. And I said, well, if they walked where the boots are, why didn't we find them?
That's exactly it.
They had to go a lot further or backtrack from where the boots were because they weren't found.
the whole thing to me doesn't make sense. I know that DT, right, talks about how he just uses, right, the documents and stuff like that. But a lot of the times he'll say, like, of course, Daniel told me. Or the minute I even hear that Daniel told you this is the minute I don't believe any of it, to be honest with you. Because again, Daniel to me will say a lot of stuff. Now, so I get his perception of it, like me, how he's thinking. But I mean, to me, like this whole the children. So now, okay, Ken, let's talk about this part for a second. There was nowhere ever said that the dogs from the blanket went to the pipeline. Besides that,
Well, I didn't think there was.
until what? Did you? Because there's like
It was, and I can't remember the way that it was stated, but if you go back, because I think it was on Daphne's channel when she was reviewing the dispatch audio
mhm,
and was talking about the blanket, and then into the fact of when they found the boot prints. I believe Daphne's in the chat, and I'd
yeah,
like her to confirm what I'm saying or if I understood it properly. But it was stated that it said something like ground search and rescue crew, and which I mean is like a team, has been led to boot prints on the
ah,
pipeline.
gotcha. I'll have to go back and listen to that
And
dispatch.
then Daniel came out like a couple weeks ago saying it was a bloodhound.
Mhm.
And I don't know if it was an actual bloodhound because he was also talking about, he said, an untrained dog.
Right.
And I said, well, Daniel, it sounds like to me that you should be saying uncertified.
Right.
And then that's when last week I sent you the link that the
Right.
Truro search and rescue team had a dog in training and
Mhm.
now has reached RCMP level credentials for search and rescue.
Mhm.
I'd like to know if that dog is a specific scent dog, tracking dog, or
Mhm.
if it's air scent. And I'd like to know if it was on Jack and Lily's case at all. I have sent those questions to them. I haven't had a reply, but if I get a reply either way, I will let you know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because because some of these things like that audio came out from Plunder right near the start of the case, and I've listened to it multiple times, but it's a long thing to listen to, all of it. And certain things stick in your head, but I mean, they did say lead, and Darren came out, remember saying that Haley, that family members, led that. So, which obviously is not true. That the
Well,
family
yeah, we were
members,
led to believe that Haley found both the
right?
blanket and the footprints.
Hmm.
And we now know that that's not the case.
Right. Now, the end all to be all of that is could so I mean, actually, I won't even get into that part yet because to me and Dr. Vana, okay, she now believes that they walked away as well. Um, maybe once she actually learns more about the case, she might think differently again about that. It's the chances of them walking away, throwing a blanket up in the air to the trees, then walking down this and that and through the woods, and during that time frame, they were not found by anybody. Considering they're walking down an open pipeline. So what? Then this boot print just disappears magically, right? Like a UFO came in, like, come here, kids, come on with us.
But
Like,
the boot prints were found in a bare spot of the grass, so I can
yeah,
understand where one spot might have prints and one spot might
yeah,
not. But I don't understand, like, and yes, we've been told that Jack and them, they never wandered before, and now we found out that Jack has wandered off before. But
well, that's what I'm trying to confirm as well. Like, because there's difference between, I just want to confirm that, because again, I know DT said that he spoke to somebody besides Janie and Daniel. Okay. But it's just, the thing is, again, my thing is this, because it's coming, because some of the information is coming from Daniel and stuff like that. But it's just a matter of, is that true? Or are you guys being misled to believe that there was 2 instances or whatever? Now, can kids wander away from us, their parents and stuff like that? Absolutely. Now, there's a difference between wandering and, oh, hey, they're just down the block there playing with the other kids, okay. Or sitting there making it through a scrapyard and, going through an entire scrapyard and totally, but I just want, whether it's true or not, I just want to know the truth. Is it true?
Well, I'm searching, and I did this the last couple of days, and I haven't found anything yet.
Right.
But I'm searching Truro, and if anybody else wants to help me search, Truro Daily News is, or was, the newspaper. I don't know if it's still around now, but that's the newspaper in Truro. So we know that it was within the last 5 years, and we know they're saying it was when he was 2, but we don't know whether this first month after turning 2 or was he the following summer. But it gives us a source to possibly track down, because I think that would be a story that would be reported upon if a kid wandered away and into the scrapyard.
Right. Yeah. Like anything, because we don't have answers, right? Things are plausible. I just think there's a difference between what's highly unlikely versus what's more likely in this scenario. So is it highly unlikely that the 2 children wandered off down the road? There's a pink blanket in a tree. That's the same one that's out there in the garbage. And then all of a sudden there's this boot track that, Malaya can't even remember her own kid's freaking boot size.
I think that's impossible theory myself. If everybody thinks the kid's being picked up or sent away or whatever is impossible, and you live in Nova Scotia, and you think there is a possibility of the kids just wandering down the road, we have an argument.
Well, each to their own thoughts. I mean, it does get people talking and stuff like that. Oh my God, that troll's trying to talk to me right now during the midst of a live. Charmaine, I did not see any of this till now, but told everyone you'd be live. That's okay, Charmaine. I didn't even get to watch any of your lives or today. I had to work, and then by that time I was just work is mentally exhausting, okay? And I didn't have much sleep. But anyways, so yeah. Hey, troll, Charmaine. Welcome for being whatever. We'll call her a visitor from now on, eh? She's more like a visitor.
Temporary guest.
Yeah, not really a somebody. It's kind of like take her or leave her type of person.
She got the co-host title and then she ran away. I don't know if she's scared of us or.
I think so, right? No, I love the fact that Charmaine has a channel as well. But again, right? Like Kent, would you not say that I'm really bad for letting you know when I'm doing a live?
She's usually messaging 10 or 15 minutes before and say what you're doing.
Yeah, right. Because again, I might feel like doing a live. I might not feel like doing a live. Then I'm just like, sometimes in the morning I'll be like, hey, you guys, want to do a live tonight or something like that. But because I've had to get up so early and stuff like that, I've been really tired. So I just haven't really felt like doing a live. I'm paying attention, but I'm just haven't felt like doing it live up until today. But anyways, so yeah. So Charmaine, I didn't know she was doing a live today. And so, yeah, so apparently Kent said she was, and I was like, so then all of a sudden I Googled it, whatever, went into YouTube and was like, oh yeah, she's got an upcoming live coming up. But I really love the fact that Charmaine's, being a voice on her own channel for her own thoughts for Jack and Lily. Next thing you know, we'll see Kent starting his own YouTube channel. And he'd be like, "Peace, Sonny, out. I'm there." he's gonna, don't you think so, Kent? Maybe?
I wouldn't leave you. It's too much work.
It is a lot of work. It is a lot of work. Absolutely. Okay, let me finish playing this out. So again, this is Daniel Martell, like May 7th, I believe, interview that he's talking here. Let's listen to how great he is.
The road, and then that's it.
Martell wants the search to be extended to include provincial borders in case the children were abducted, a reality he says is becoming more and more likely.
Post any officers they can get at the New Brunswick border, PI border, and get them at every airport possible.
Martell confirmed that when the 2 children went missing from the home behind me, Lily was wearing a pink shirt and pink rain boots. She was also carrying a white backpack with strawberries on it. Martell says although he didn't see Jack that morning, he is believed to be wearing a brown shirt, brown pants with a pull-up diaper on underneath, and blue rain boots with dinosaurs on them. He also refuted the claim that the 2 children...
What, Kent? Were you going to say something there? Dude, you got stuff coming through your microphone.
No, I put myself on mute for a minute.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry, guys. Kent sometimes can't get some noise through his speaker there. So I thought he was talking.
Are nonverbal, saying while they are on the autism spectrum, they are quite trusting and say hi to everyone. According to Martell, his side of the family are currently the only ones at ground zero after Lily and Jack's mother left the county Saturday. But still, he remains, begging anyone with answers to come forward and bring his children home safe.
Anybody who has any information, or you think you've seen something or hear something, or any messages from friends about hearing something, just contact your local police services. Anything, guys. Anything.
Ella MacDonald, Global News, Lansdowne Station, Nova Scotia.
Okay. There we go. Okay. So that one, again, it was just, one of the first interviews that Daniel had done there. And if there's one, Kent, I guess, had disappeared. Welcome back. Okay.
Big fingers, press the wrong button.
No problem. If there's one thing that always bugs me. Okay, so it's like, we want them to be at the PEI borders, this border, that border. This really abduction thing was, going on. That what I always remember from Malaya's interview is how much, like, her interview was really strange, and I don't, I know that people can say different things or think different ways about it and stuff like that. It's kind of like when the behavioral panel was like, unless you really are in depth in the case, even though that was at the start, but for them to kind of come in and they, they said like there was nothing, like there was a few little things that they picked up on. For me, I found that whole interview to be strange. It just reminded me of something that was scripted for sure. Like that's how it came across. Okay. I'm just saying how I felt, and a lot of people felt, especially at the time too, is that it came off as robotic, and it came off like someone that was constantly saying, yeah, they just love talking to people. They'll talk to anybody, I mean, they could have been abducted, you never know type of thing. But there was so much reference that they, not only did she not use their names in that interview, there was no call out for, please, like that emotional of, please anyone, if you have information for Jack and Lily, and there was none of that in there. And it was just, to me, a very strange interview, especially with that. I'll never forget this, but bills to pay. Thanks, Linda. Thank you, Linda.
£5, you're awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for that, Linda. Or we'll do it that way. So one of the things that really stuck out to me was when, if you believe that these children were abducted, then why are you saying that you just, that
they wandered in the woods?
Well, besides the fact of wandering in the woods, let's say, because she did say a few of those things to Belinda, but it was that and I can't remember it word for word, but it was something like, well, like the sun's out today. I just hope they're warm. Warm, yeah. Where? With the abductor? Like warm in their freaking basement? Or
the biggest thing that stood out to me, Sonny, in that statement?
Pain and sorrow?
Nope.
Okay, which one? What was it?
is when she was asking for the Amber Alert.
Yes. Mhm.
And the reason why she said something that was along the lines of, "Oh, we were asking for an Amber Alert because if they sent out an Amber Alert, everybody would know." Well, it was almost as if the people calling her to see about her kids missing was a bother to her.
Mm. Yeah.
And the way that she worded that, she said, "I wish they'd do an Amber Alert so everybody would just be notified and I wouldn't have to be answering all these messages or calling all these people." And like Charmaine was talking about earlier, and I believe we're going to get into it. I don't know if you're ready to move to that missed phone call now or not.
Not quite yet. No.
Okay. So I'll leave it at that until we come up to that.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Let's get into it on that one. Missed phone call at 8:28. Stop screen. 1 second here. Share screen. Let's see. Chrome tab. Where is it? Like it opened up kind of weird today. Windows. No. 1 second. It kind of opened up weird today. Oh, no. Don't want to leave studio. Wrong thing I was clicking on. China. Like it normally opens up in my... It normally opens up in my same tabs up top. But for some reason, this... You know what? Whatever. I'll just screenshot it. Make life simple. All right. What? Oh, there we go. Screenshot. Just give me a sec, guys. Yeah, normally the PDF folder opens up in my other tabs, right? And I just screen share and show it. But for some reason, this one's just opening up down at the bottom. Okay, 1 second. Screenshot. Boom, boom, boom. Save. File. Downloads. Okay. So, and oh, there we go. Okay. So let me share screen, and thank you guys again for all your, comments and that going on. But please don't forget to hit the like and share for Jack and Lily first and foremost. If you guys could do that. Again, Jack and Lily need answers, and we need to be voices. Okay. So Kent, the 8:28 time. Your thoughts on it yourself, besides the pocket dial.
Well, I'm just thinking, like, going back now that you were talking about that interview and I brought that up. And over the last couple of days, we've heard different channels talking about the 8:28 call and saying that it's this sunrising moment because it proves that she was up.
Mm-hmm.
And well, we know she was up at 6:17 or 6:18. We know that she was up, or well, I should say, in my opinion, I think she was up sometime between 6:18 and 8:28.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they would sleep with Meadow in the bed all night. I can picture Meadow having like a dresser top bassinet type, like small crib,
Right.
or something. I don't think they would sleep with her in the bed. That's just my opinion. So we know that Malaya has stated that she get up and she turned the TV and stuff on.
Yeah.
For Meadow to watch cartoons.
Yeah.
And then she laid back down in bed and was falling in and out of sleep. So, as far as people saying or speculating that she was trying to call her mother at 8:28 because they believed the kids were missing by then, I don't find that to be a bit accurate because if that was the case and she knew her kids were missing at 8:28, and if she didn't contact her mother and make contact with her mother, and we don't have any proof of when she or if she called Patty, but somebody called Patty because that's how Cindy found out, was from Patty, because Cindy
Right.
left her phone in the house when she went out to do the barn work.
Yeah.
So, like, the 8:28 to me, I can't see it being a lone call to her mother to tell her that the kids were missing at that time, because there was no other phone calls to any other family members or anything that we have records of.
But don't you notice though that Daniel always avoided that time? So as many times as we tried to get him to answer that question about 8 to 8:30, he avoided it like it was the plague. And I could not understand that at all. Like, dude, you're trying to come out and give us little tidbits here and there. It was like pulling teeth. He only wanted to put out what he said. But that, I've asked him that so many times. Whenever he was in the lives, Daniel, like about the 8 to 8:30, never
But
spoke about it.
he did answer those questions for me when I was relaying them back. And he said, and he didn't give me an exact time.
Months,
But
like
I'm thinking it
later.
might have been, like 8:12 or 8:15 when Lily was poking in.
Well, they said it in the documents 8:20, but that's just the documents.
And then he could have fell back asleep.
Okay, but
Because we know he went back to sleep. And Malaya woke him up at, well, he says 9:36, and she said 9:40. So
Yeah.
let's take the average, and that would be 9:38.
Well, right, a few minutes, whatever, tit for tat. But the bottom line is that was months later. Daniel's had many of months to alter, which he has been doing, is altering the information of more inconsistencies. But it's always been this add-on of information, and it's like, and honestly, it was so, to me, clear that he was using a lot of what was being talked about on lives and in the news. And next thing you know, it's like Daniel trying to be on top of it to have an explanation again for something. And he's been so consistent. But anyway, so about that, yeah. So 8:28, whatever, the missed phone call to Cindy. Now, my thing is this. I mean, honestly, you guys, myself, I don't believe one shitting thing about this entire timeline whatsoever. Why? Because, again, I know that he gave you that, like, when he talked to you or whatever, but that's months later. Okay. We were trying to get him up and talk about this right from the start, like right near the start where we started understanding, we're trying to get some of the timeline. So I'll say within the first month when Daniel started coming out, dude, clarify. It's on the scanner radio. So clarify, because obviously you guys are the ones that told them at 8 o'clock to 8:30. Malaya messages Belinda to tell her, right? Because when Belinda finds out, and she messages, and that's why Belinda put up that post that said children were last heard between 8 and 8:30, right? And again, nothing, like Malaya has barely talked to you guys, so there's very little information besides her first interview, the text messages to Belinda, and besides talking on Messenger as well. Because I had simply said to Malaya in me talking with her, did you hear the kids between 8 and 8:30? And she just said yes. She didn't say I saw them or anything, like, she didn't add anything more. It was just yes, right? Whatever her answer was, but it was yes on there. But again, so it always bugged me with Daniel is that he could have cleared stuff like this up. But instead, if you looked in the articles, there's multiple things being said that Daniel got up out of bed a few minutes later, and that was using, like I said, the time right after this 8 to 8:30, right? But then this whole 9:40 time derived between because of them saying the whole 9:36, whatever, 9:40, and then this whole 20-minute time window. And it was like, no, 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 no. Let's go back to here about 8 to 8:30. So now I do want to show this, Kent, like I told you just before the live. So the whole thing was I had messaged Daniel the other, before he went radio silent after being humiliated, of course, with all those messages coming out. I mean, honestly, it's one of those things, you play with fire and you get burnt, and this shit comes out, then it is what it is, right? I mean, your nasties or whatever you guys are doing, behind the scenes, again, when you play with a female that's scorned and pissed off, well, then there's going to be the price to pay for that. Simple as that. And so that's why all these text messages and all that stuff is coming out. Again, I'm not into the drama side of that. I'm just into the information that's relevant. Does it give me more insight about Daniel Martell? Absolutely. Yeah, even more so than it just added to what I already felt but it's just been disgusting to me that amidst 2 children missing, that this shit is not too long, starts, festering into a relationship, within that end of I think she messaged him at the end of May there. And then, then it turned into this whole creepy-zoid thing going on. And, Taylor, married and having children of herself. And, and she was the first one to say to me that, her relationship with her husband, isn't that great, because she basically self-sabotages it. She said basically because of her, right? So again, these people have some issues, mental health issues definitely going on. And, whatever fucked up lifestyle is going on behind the scenes and stuff like that, is it relevant to Jack and Lily's case in helping find them? So I'm not here to sit there and keep going on with this dirt and dirt and dirt about all these messages. I wanted to clear something up the other day. If other channels want to show that stuff, absolutely go right ahead. I mean, a lot of things are out there and they'll just keep getting compiled, and Daniel and Janie have taken, according to DT and, others, that, they're kind of taking a, down low right now. And honestly, so they should. And Daniel should be really humiliated by that information that's come out on the personal side of things as well, during the fact of 2 children missing. What the fuck you thinking? Okay, so are you really that concerned about Jack and Lily? Or are you concerned about getting your dick wet or something like that? Whatever. I believe that the text that Malaya got saying that someone cheated on her is probably accurate as well. But you know what? I'm not here to see what all that part is about. Besides, I can't help but keep thinking, what space in my brain was Jack and Lily living in? What was going on in that home of neglect, of not being maybe fed enough, or the clothes for the school that had to provide? What sort of I don't know, it just makes you truly wonder what happened to Jack and Lily inside of this home, about being, picked on, like Malia said, Jack and sometimes Lily and stuff like that. But it just breaks your heart when you have to think that children deserve so much. They deserve so much more. And what was truly the lifestyle that was truly going on, especially since Malaya said that Daniel was doing, Daniel, you can say he's been doing drugs for a long time. Okay. Let's just not sugarcoat that crap. But that, he was doing meth since before she was induced with Meadow. So she put herself there. She left herself there with the kids. So what true shit was going on in that home, with those children? That's just really sad. But anyways, going back to the 8:28 time thing, I will show you a picture, because I don't think it's not a derogatory screenshot, right? But a lot of people are asking about the 8:28 time, and I asked Daniel about, can you guys make a phone call from your room? because I know that there's space that you said in the house where whatever. Daniel said with his phone you can't, but with Malaya's you can if she's near the window. So image file. 1 second here. Let me just grab that. Oops, gotta go to my downloads. Downloads. Yeah, so I don't think that. Whoops, no, that's what is Jack and Lily. Obviously that was meant to happen there. It's not the one I was about to click on, but that's little Jack and Lily. See, look at those little innocent faces. Image file. Okay. So when I asked Daniel about it, this is what he showed me back. So Malaya's phone. And this was December 16th, whatever. But anyways, it said, love you, beautiful. Not sure if you have your phone in the window, but I thought I'd send you a message to let you know that I'm should be thinking of you. And then Malaya says back, I just put my phone in the window. Now I've been missing you and just wanting this day to end soon so I can see you. Meadow has a bad fever. She spiked. It's just after she woke up. Now, I don't understand why down here I'm seeing Sunday, May 4th with a heart. Like how, like, is that the last time a message came in? Was the next one was December, then to May 4th, like 2 days
No,
after?
I'd say that somebody hearted it again on May 4th.
Like this is
It's an old message, like an old text or whatever.
Yeah, but it says Sunday, May 4th.
Down on the bottom, you said the text was December, though.
No, up top, December 16th, Monday, December 16th. But then right here, it says Sunday, May 4th, 1:06 p.m. And then it's like, when I send a heart to my husband or something like that, right? So,
what I'm saying is somebody went back in and hearted that message.
Right, hearted it
on
or
May
something.
4th.
Yeah, so
the message was December.
Probably Daniel. Because
Right,
Malaya
like-
left his ass on the 3rd, right? So I'm probably Daniel, I'm gonna guess. But anyways, bottom line is that this was to we'll remove that now. That was to the fact about the 828 and Daniel answering me about Malaya if she was near the window. So right. So to me, the whole 828 is very interesting, to say the least. I've talked about this ever since the documents, showed this part, because it was probably the most intriguing thing of the few things that were unredacted. Because again, it just kind of, this whole timeline of 6:17, 6:18. Malaya claims that Daniel was asleep the whole time, and they're so inconsistent about when they woke up that no, I asked Malaya if she heard the kids, and Malaya's like, I told Daniel that I heard the kids, for instance.
We know, and like I say, I say we know, but we know from their statements, if they're true, that he was awake between 8 and 8:30, and then he fell back asleep.
Well,
and if there was,
that's just their statements, though. That could be bogus ass bullshit.
Well, it's the 1.5 dozen of the other. It's like I said all along, we can't use their statements and say that they're all lies,
right?
And then use that to prove that their statements don't add up.
Right.
Like it's one or the other. I just think where it was a missed call that, and there's no other following calls from it. It doesn't mean much to me, but that's just
right.
me.
And I was going to say, and it's because we have different paths on how we think about this case, right? I don't believe for 1 second that this is a CPS jurisdiction issue going. I know that there's one going on because obviously, Kent has been talking about that, for what? Couple months or whatever it's been.
Well, August they went to court, right?
Yeah, exactly. So don't get me wrong. But does that mean that these children are hidden up until the time that this is whatever? Like I said, To me, there's just so, like, when I'm looking at it myself, how I feel realistically is that for the RCMP not to have all this information themselves, and that these children haven't been located, all that stuff yet, right? So to me, I don't see the same time for, say, as Kent does, for what this 828 means myself, because I'm focused on the inconsistencies of that morning and trying to understand this timeline that doesn't make sense. And I'm looking at it from my point of view as well, because I don't believe that they were hidden. That's not because I didn't look at that. But once I came to my own conclusion, right, there's nothing that's showing me that. So it's kind of one of those things. Hey, if it ever happens and comes that way, so be it, right? It is what it is. I look at
But
it.
what I'm trying to say is that the
Yes.
other, and I'm not saying you, but other channels are out there portraying this, that this is the gold ring on the finger, and that she was trying to call her mother because they knew the kids were missing at this time. Well, I'm sorry, I don't believe that. And if she was calling her mother at 8:28 to say the kids were missing, they couldn't find them, she would have been making subsequent phone calls to keep calling that number until she got a hold of them to say that. So that's why I say it doesn't, in my mind, it doesn't matter. Put it that way.
Well, I mean, you're right. Like, okay, let me put it this way. If your kids are truly missing, you are absolutely, like, if I believe you're being genuine, absolutely. You're going to be like in a panic. You're going to try calling your mom a few times there, right? Like back to back. Because that's what, to me, somebody that's legitly in the midst of children missing and they're trying to call their mom. Well, let's just say, right, they're going to do it repetitively. Now, we know that it was a missed call. We already heard, like you said, and like we've heard before, that Cindy was in the barn and didn't hear the calls and stuff like that, and she didn't arrive till more so the afternoon time. But does like, for me personally, do I wonder? Because I believe that the children, like myself, okay, just going by my own thoughts, doesn't make it true, but it's my own thoughts. I believe, like, I don't know why Daniel ever told us about a black eye on Lily. Like, why he literally, like Daniel, he says a lot of shit, and this is lax, and this again. I feel like Daniel, for me personally, he says shit to try to, like, in a sense, what I would deem as covering somebody's tracks, that they're trying to make sense out of it. And that's why he keeps adding to the story as we keep going on and stuff like that. So I feel like that 617 and 618. Oh, but wait, why Daniel talked about the black eye? Like I said, I believe that he is so unaware that he thinks he's actually trying to help himself by telling information, but instead it's actually to his demise. And he keeps doing this over and over again. And
you know what I think about that?
No.
I think he was actually telling the truth, but there's been so many inconsistencies, and he didn't think by saying that Lily had a black eye on Wednesday, he didn't think and reflect on the other end of what people would think. He just thought, well, this is going to give people the reason why, and some people did, or I think, because I know some people I have talked to,
thinkers on your side,
they believe now that Lily wasn't sick, because everybody said, well, all right, it's fine to keep them out Thursday, but why would you keep them out on Friday unless you got up and checked on them? Well, it's obvious to me. Daniel told us that she received a black eye on Wednesday. So I think they didn't go to school on Wednesday or Thursday or Friday because of the black eye.
Yeah.
And I say that with a little bit of credence because Malaya told Belinda back at the beginning that she was trying to protect her children from CPS. So Malaya knew that if she sent Lily now, like the CPS, when they came in December, they might have looked at Jack's black eye, went to the house, got the story, what happened, believed it or whatnot.
Yeah.
But if Lily was to go to school now 4 months later and have a black eye, and the school reported it back to CPS,
Right.
well, now there's going to be a lot more hell to pay. It's not just going to be.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not yelling. It might be just the
Right.
distance I have my phone away from me. But I think that she knew that there was going to be more questions asked
Right.
of Lily's black eye than
So
there was asked of Jack's in December.
So why do you think though that Daniel like
Came
well
out and told us that?
well no the fact that well no but the fact that Daniel is kind of everything he does is just pointing fingers at Malaya all the time, all the darn time. Okay, I mean he clearly did it on DT show with Darren. And by the way, again, is that I heard, of course, I was told that that was not true, that Malaya said that, well, I got other plans. Darren said it, right? But I was told that was not true. I'll take that with a grain of salt because I don't recall him ever saying that to me in the conversations that we had when he was talking about having phone calls, calling Cindy and all that stuff like that. But anyways, again, I'm more, let me put it this way, Kent. I'll say I'm more apt to believe that they're hidden than that they're freaking out there in those woods and that the blanket ended up in the tree and that boot thing. And they managed to get that far without being seen or found or anything like that in that time frame. I'll tell you that much. If I was to put it in order, I would say family involvement, hidden, then out there in the woods and managed to traipse over a mile.
But you just answered my question of why Daniel told us that.
Well, no. Well, that's not what I was going to refer to, but my thing was this, is that if Daniel never was saying it to the media, right, about any of this, about like, meaning if you're being truthful, then why aren't you saying to the media, like, I believe that the children are being hidden? Why wasn't he fighting from that from the start, right? Why wasn't he saying that? What was he trying to protect? Because he said, she's trying to blame me for everything. So she doesn't get in trouble, but she doesn't get in trouble. Okay.
Yeah, well, we're leaving topics here. I want to go back to the black eye and the reason why he told us.
We'll go back to the black eye, but let me finish. Okay, first, what my thought was here. But my thing is this, is that Daniel is the one that's been oodling inconsistencies. So if you're telling the truth and stuff like that, then where was all this missing stuff? That only started coming out after the fact, and it came out to us. It came out to Charmaine privately, and then we kind of brought it out, well, of course, between those messages. But my thing is, this is like, so if he's so adamant that Malaya is lying and that her family has something to do with it, right? That they know, or that these children are hidden, because that's what he's claiming all the darn time, right? And that's the exact reason why he pointed that out, that Darren told them that Malaya had other plans. Again, so then why is he being inconsistent in a whole timeline of whatever is my thing. So again, if you're telling the truth, right? Well, I think that Malaya took the kids, and, I'm trying to find proof, but like but no, he's been portraying this whole thing about, I've been searching in the woods still, like even like well into it. He's like, yeah, me and my mom, we still go searching in the woods. But wait a second, you didn't believe that they were in the woods from the first day. So what are you talking about? He doesn't, like Janie doesn't believe that they went off, but I'm just meaning he's not portraying to all of us, he's portraying these inconsistent stories. So if he feels like that's the truthful part, why is it so hard to tell the story? Because obviously he was there, and he's like, well, Malaya could have gotten up. I don't know. Maybe Meadow was in her arm. And then we hear about a freaking lock on a door about Lily. Anyways, it's just so inconsistent, that whole bullcrap time there, that I don't really believe most of it. I believe that there was drugs done that night, and that something happened, an argument happened, something happened to Lily and Jack, because that's information that's been coming out as well. But yet, where's any proof at all with this information of that Malaya, her family, had any sort of something to do with this whole jurisdiction to to this case, that Malaya would even remotely do something like that. I get what you're saying, Kent, but go ahead, go back to your black eye thing again.
Well, going back to black eye, you said it and you answered your own question. You said, why would Daniel raise that? Well, he, like you say, if every so often he subtly, to him, very subtly, thinks that he says something that's pointing towards Malaya. And it's the same thing with the black eye. Well, I didn't know they were going to be home on Friday. That was Malaya's decision.
Of course, pointing at Malaya.
Right? So that's what I'm saying. But I actually do believe that the black eye could be a real story.
Well,
and it's an actual
no one
piece of
confirmed
truth.
it.
But he used the piece of truth again to spell the blame to Malaya.
Of course, because
the same as he made the statement in the last couple of weeks. I see people saying in the chat, "Oh well, Malaya's going to blame everything on me, and she'll get off without any trouble." Well, I can see him saying that because they're both collaborating each other's stories. So she can blame Daniel and say that Daniel's lying to the media and on Facebook and stuff. Oh, but believe me, he's not lying when we tell our stories to the RCMP.
Well, that's just it. So
right?
Daniel,
so what is real?
Yeah, because Daniel to me, he is scorned. Like Daniel is Daniel is such a narcissistic person. So someone that's a narcissistic personality, right? So like I said, they're the ones to kind of dump you, not you dump them, right? Because you have killed their freaking ego, right? And he can try to act like he's not pissed and whatever about that stuff with Malaya, and that he was trying to protect her, and that's why he lied about the blanket and blah 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 blah. But again, Daniel doesn't like it when somebody does something to him and stuff like that. So could I see Daniel pointing the fingers at Malaya? Because first of all, he's a man that's pissed off because Malaya ditched him the second day and left his ass and stuff like that. Well, obviously Malaya tried to leave him quite a few times. Again, he would hold her down, she said multiple times, and try to take the phone so that she couldn't call his mother, push her up against the wall and stuff like that. I mean, this is not a healthy relationship one way or the other. But don't you think it's really odd about some sort of black eye, which I believe is truthful about the black eye too, because I believe that that's the reason why the children were called into school on the Friday, because of, well, I figure it was just kind of like, well, if one's not going, the other ain't going. But then again, I think that personally, that this whole drugs at night. Now, again, Malaya said that to Lana, which told Belinda, right? Because Malaya had said that, right? Also from a family member, okay? So it's one of those things, is that Malaya said it herself, that Daniel did drugs. Heaven forbid that she should wake up, right? I don't feel like, because Daniel's the one that's really telling the story here. It's not Malaya, because Malaya's barely speaking. It's Daniel. So Daniel, he's running with whatever, to be honest with you, because he can. Because why? Because there's no one coming out really. Like Malaya's not coming out and going, well, that's a bunch of bullshit, that's a bunch of bull, or anything like that. So we just have to keep listening to what Daniel's saying and stuff like that. And that's the thing, is that everything that we keep listening to is about Daniel. So I do believe that the children, myself, and this is just based on my own thoughts, I believe that there was an argument, that there was drugs involved, and that this whole calling them into school is probably because chances are, to me, that the children are pretty much, they're dead by this point. So they got to cover up. They got to call a school. They got to think of a plan to go on. And that's why I don't believe all this cockamamie crap. I mean, obviously, I guess the police, RCMP, would they do that? Would they talk to little Lily and say, hey, did your parent, I don't know. Would they talk to a minor? Like, I mean, we see it all
Yeah.
the time. So I can see that. But, so to me, I don't know where this story starts telling with the truth. We hear about a vehicle. Is that true? Is that not true? But I do believe that Daniel, he was when Daniel from the Drunk Turkey Show asked him about drugs, he's like, well, no, just tell, like, when's the last time you did it? And he was like, well, before Jack and Lily went missing. And the way it was presented, it was almost like, well, like not too far before. Can Daniel, and trust me, and I've seen this too as well, because my twin sister's guy would do this. He would get somebody else to piss in the little things, and he would put them in the freezer and then bring those in to someone that didn't have drugs in their system, right? So for something like that, that's easy. It's easily foolable that you can do that. Get somebody else to piss in one of those little containers.
That's not the way CPS do their testing, though.
How do you know?
Because I know people that had to report friends, and I mean friends, not just acquaintances. I know friends that were in situations where they lost their kids, and in order to get them back, both the mother and father had to test clean because they were both on drugs when whatever happened. And it ended up that the only way the kids were saved from foster was the grandparents on one side of the family stepped up, took them in, and raised them.
You know what? I'd like to hear actually someone from the CPS say that that's how it's done, because they don't usually, most times they do not usually hold your hand and make you do it in front of them.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying they show up.
But
when you show up, you go into their because I don't believe it's every time he goes.
You go into their bathroom, they have a little pee thing already that they have on them, and they put that in the window, and they keep the one that they gave them. That's what I'm talking about, right?
Maybe, but like I say, it's all what you believe, right? It's the same as like I say, the bits of truth that we get from Daniel,
the bits,
like I say, the piece about the black eye, which I believe is 100% true. When you get those little pieces in amongst everything else that he's changed his mind on or lied to us or whatever you want to call it, it makes you question those pieces that you believe are pretty much true too, and question them because of who the sources that they're coming from.
On there, you guys, some of your guys' statements about the pee are ridiculous. On there, sorry, but they are. They can watch you pee. Come on, catastrophe. Come on, they're not going to stand there and watch you pee. They don't watch you pee. They don't do that at all. No.
And then the other thing,
maybe in a prison.
The other thing is on the flip side with Malaya, we don't have the inconsistencies from time to time speaking, but we have 4 times now that she has spoke. Her interview, messages to Belinda, through Belinda, just to yourself, messages directly to yourself, and now her letter. And I think that you could pick up little inconsistencies, in whether they're little, big, or what. And also the fact that, like we were talking about with the 828 phone call, if that was for the kids were missing, then where's the follow-up? Like, you can't just say that she went and laid back down and was in and out of sleep until 9:40, when she just, oh, well, I'll get up and well, I don't have to call mom no more. I'll wake Daniel, I can't hear the kids. Let's go, and they go out and check and then call 911. Like, if 828 was serious, whatever it was, it would be a situation where the stuff would continue from that point on, as it did from the 10:01.
Yes, sir.
Because when she called 911 at
Yeah.
10:01, and whether the first post, whether it got on Facebook or what it was, because the first vulnerable persons alert wasn't given till like 12:50 something, people had to keep continuing, like, except for ones watching Facebook, and whoever had it on Facebook first, the rest had to continue either getting phone calls or messages and from friends or whatever saying that Malaya's kids are missing. Did you hear from Malaya? No, I never heard nothing. Same as her own father. Like, I can understand estranged relationships within family, but her own father didn't get notified till Monday?
That's because, to me, well, you know how I feel about both of them on this. Or I feel like they're both not telling the truth.
Well, I understand that, but that's what I'm saying. That's what my point is. Is like, and going back to the fact when she was asking for the Amber Alert, to me, she was wanting an Amber Alert so more people would know without having to message her and her explain the situation all the time. And by saying, "Oh, well, the kids are in the woods. Oh, well, the kids went and lost in the woods. The kids are lost in the woods. Kids are lost in the woods." Right? I can see that being aggravating, but they're still your kids.
I was gonna say, at the end of the day, you know what? Let's watch Michelle After Dark now. Okay, Ken? I want to watch that too, because apparently there's some more messages by Earl Martell and Kent let me know of this from that. So I'm just gonna pull that up, you guys. And because I mean, I know me and you could kind of go in circles in our own thoughts, and same with DT and, you know, et cetera, right? Bottom line is, you know, we want it to make sense. We want to know what happened to Jack and Lily. We're just here to find out the truth. Some people believe that they're hidden. You know, DT believes that they walked away. And myself, again, I just, because of the consistent inconsistencies and the timeline, and it doesn't make sense to me. Like, it's kind of like when you just feel like you're just being bullshitted to, and you're like, well, why? Two children are missing. Like, why is this happening? And it never fails, typically, almost always, right? We'll say 99.9, that it's because the truth isn't being told. And the people that are trying to tell the truth, Daniel, to me, is not telling the truth. And for whatever reason, like I said, from his lips to God's ears, from whoever has done something to Jack and Lily, if, you know, whether it's Malaya, you know, and playing in some sort of wicked game of something like that, which I don't see, but whatever. Or something happened to those children, and those children are dead and deceased. Right? We just want to understand what happened to Jack and Lily, and it's just weird. It's when the truth isn't being told, you end up with shit like this. And that's what I find from somebody that's been covering true crime for 5 years and watching tons of documentaries on interrogations and stuff like that. And it's not normal that something goes off on this type of trail without digital data and stuff like that, right? But your own thoughts when it comes to what you feel. But we all still want Jack and Lily found, regardless, alive or dead. We want answers to what happened to them, and that's the bottom line. So let's take a look at this video. Michelle After Dark, you guys. I've talked about her. Kent's talked about Michelle After Dark. She's out of the UK. On there here, I'm just gonna grab her link and drop it first, okay? And blah 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 blah. Oh. I like rational thinkers, right? And Kent, I think you feel the same way. When I listen to Michelle After Dark, when I've, listened to hers, I just like rational thinking from anyone, right? That you're not trying to make it, more than it is, or just talk about a bunch of drama bullshit and stuff like that. That you're just, at the core of it, you're just trying to, put out the things that make sense, and just have a grounded head on your shoulders. And that's how I kind of,
Yes, that's the way I see it. She's very grounded.
yeah, and she says a lot of things that, either we're thinking or, maybe perhaps other thoughts that she's saying and stuff like that. I just really like grounded people, not trying people to showboat this case in a sense and make it into like a drama fest about it, but just really common sense thinking, critical thinking, and then trying in our own worlds to analyze what we're seeing ourselves. And I don't think that most creators would be in this space if they didn't have, like, there's some people that might be doing it for the wrong reasons, but I think that the majority of people are doing it because they care a lot about people, and it's more than just covering a case for the sake of a dollar coming your way. I think the majority of people are in it because maybe something transpired in their own life, perhaps they just really are into true crime stuff, but I just think that a lot of caring hearts are in this space as well. And so let me go back to that one. This one right here. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the video. It is Thursday morning, the 16th of October. And we are going back to Nova Scotia today to the case of missing siblings, 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan from Lansdowne Station. Yesterday, I took a break from the case and talked about 2 missing little boys. One, Darius McDougall from Alberta in Canada, so still a Canadian case. He's been missing since September 21st, thought to have wandered away whilst camping with his family. And then the other little boy is from South Australia, 4-year-old Gus Lamont, who I believe has walked out of the search area. I believe that's why they haven't found him. However, it remains to be seen. Cops in both cases say that there's no evidence of foul play, and also there's no evidence of an abduction. Certainly in Gus's case, I think abduction is incredibly unlikely. Not so much Darius, because it was a campsite, so there's a possibility there. It remains to be seen what's happened to both of these little boys. But we're going back to Lily and Jack today because there's some new information from Daniel's dad. Daniel's dad, Earl Martell, is now speaking. So he will be the children's step-grandpa, Daniel being the stepdad. So we're going to go through his posts and let's see where that takes us. Let's go.
Let's see here. Again, just quickly. So again, I knew about the one post, but I didn't know about the other posts. But in saying that, do you think he's speaking out because he's getting frustrated like a lot of people, right?
I think he's... I can honestly say that I think Earl, if he knows anything, is getting frustrated with the harassment of his family.
Okay. So
and I don't think, and like I say, I don't know the man or anything like that, but I would be the same with stating it with Janie or anybody else.
Well, let's take a little.
I don't think he believes that his son committed murder.
Okay. So I was going to say, it's going to be the first time I'm seeing, besides that one message from the other day, I haven't seen them. So let's see. And boom, 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 boom.
Before we get into that, can I just ask, if you're not yet subscribed, please do so. Trying to get to 100,000 subscribers by the end of
Michelle
this year. I'm
100,000.
nervous now. I don't think I'm going to do it because the increase in subscribers after making these little speeches, it slowed down. So if you can, please do. Get your family, get your friends, get your neighbours all to subscribe. and maybe they'll like to watch my videos as well. It's completely free, so what's not to love about that?
She's at
And I'll get the silver play
96.9K.
button plaque for my wall.
Try to help her
without
get there,
further
guys,
ado,
if you're not subscribed.
Martell. Now, there is one post, this one, that everyone's sharing, but there
Yeah.
are more than this. So let's take a look.
Yeah,
We'll start at October the 1st. His punctuation isn't great, so they're difficult to read, these posts. Government in Nova Scotia wants RCMP to learn Micmac, but when Lily and Jack went missing, no roadblocks were put up. But just in case of an abduction, officers I asked knew nothing that worked. An inquiry is needed. Now people on my friends list need to step up support. So I'm not sure how the government wanting RCMP to learn Micmac is related to no roadblocks that were put up just in case of an abduction. I don't know how the two are related, but that's what he said. Then he acknowledged on October the 2nd, the 5 months today, and things seem to be going nowhere. It's all just...
What do you think he meant by that statement?
Like I say, they want to be able to address the Indigenous people within their own language, so I can see them starting to, especially where there is some RCMP stations on reserves.
Right.
Same as when they're in French locations, they either got to speak French or bilingual. So because the Indigenous rights are becoming more and more of a friction point between the RCMP and the people, that they'd want people to be able to speak to them in their language if they want to.
And so when he's saying, though, that Jack and Lily, but when Jack and Lily went missing, no roadblocks, how is he associating the two?
Well, I think it's separate. Like I say, I can't blame the man for punctuation, because, Sonny, I sent you something last night for punctuation, and you told me to put it in the AI. So we ended up getting it punctuated, but I had some help because I'm not the best of it. So I would just think that that's a separate sentence.
Yeah, I suck at it myself. My twin sister is amazing that way, me and punctuation, but I can spot it when I see it, but I suck at it myself. So so when I put it into AI, it just cleaned it all up, when I was doing it. And I'm like, and then Charmaine's like, I'm sorry, but if you need to use AI, I'll help you when I get home. Did she help you with it?
No.
Or did you use AI?
I got it done before that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Did you use a little piece of the AI that I sent you?
Nope. I didn't even know you sent me AI.
Yeah, I sent you what AI was to clean it all up.
Oh,
they put it because it was done so nicely, right? It takes all your words and it just puts them in a nice little proper punctuation and word spelling and stuff like that. So
no, I called another friend at 10 o'clock and said, "Can you do this?"
Okay. We'll hit play
blowing
again.
In the wind. I have to agree with him, honestly. Totally agree, says Diane. Yeah, I don't think the RCMP
what was that one?
I've got any idea. Okay. I think over the 2nd, the 5 months today, and things seem to be going nowhere. It's all just blowing in the wind. I have to agree with him, honestly. Totally agree, says Diane. Yeah, I don't think the RCMP have got any idea. I think, yes, there are certain things they can rule out. Can they, though? Can they rule out the possibility of an abduction? Can they? They say there's no evidence of it, but what is the saying? Absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. There's that. Because they've said that in the Summer Wells case. They've said that in the Summer Wells case for 4 years. And explain the footprints to me, somebody. All right. Then we go to 2 on October 13th. One at 4:18 p.m. and this is the one that everybody's sharing. Again, it's difficult to read because of lack of punctuation. Punctuation matters, kids. Being wished happy Thanksgiving, but I'm not happy. Each night I think of Lily and Jack running up driveway calling me Grampy. I think there should be a full stop there. When I picked up my own grandkids once after Jack's birthday, so presumably Jack's birthday party, asked why I wasn't invited, so I'm assuming he asked why he wasn't invited. And Malaya said only family were invited. Okay. So maybe there's no love lost between Earl and Malaya. I was more of a grandparent to those children than anyone of their real ones. Sorry for the rant, but it's time I started speaking up. Ooh,
Can we pause there,
he's
Sonny?
threatening to speak up. He's
Absolutely. Thoughts?
Well, I think as we have learned, somebody that is providing you with wood, which is your heat source in the wintertime, somebody that's providing you with grocery money when you need groceries. The kids obviously call him Grampy. I find it a little bit of a lack of respect when they have a birthday party and they don't even invite him.
Like, yeah, who didn't invite him? So that
Malaya.
Malaya didn't invite him to Jack's birthday?
I take it the last birthday he had would have been
Right.
Lily's, right? It was in March.
Well, he just said when I picked up my own grandkids once after Jack's birthday, asked.
Well, it might have been after Jack's last year. And
That's what I'm
everybody jumps on him for saying my own grandkids. But I think by saying that, he's talking about blood. Like he's really just a step granddad to Jack and Lily.
Yeah.
And I know everybody says that they should treat all their children the same, but you don't have to tell me. If you're blood related, you've got a little bit more of a connection there.
Mm-hmm.
I would think, or I know in the Maritimes it seems like we do, and I've heard different people use that wording, saying like my own grandkids or my own kids when they have kids that are adopted or stepchildren. So I don't hold that against them.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, when I personally read this. Okay, so I mean, I personally just actually felt kind of bad, for Earl, because I really have not heard bad things about Earl, or Justin for that matter. So so let me just because I need to read this again, right? The punctuation, it does matter. I want to say when I picked up my own grandkids and once, like he's talking about, in past tense, once after Jack's birthday, asked why I wasn't invited. Malaya said only family were invited. I was more of a grandparent to those children than any one of their real ones. So when he says that, I was more of a grandparent to those children than any one of their real ones ever were.
Yeah. And I know some people looks immediately and takes that as a dig at Belinda, but it's not only Belinda. I think it's more Cindy because they never seen Cindy. Cindy never really came to the birthday parties at the trailer. Like she'd go see the kids when they're at Patty's, but I think there was enough tension between and dislike between her to Daniel, like Cindy to Daniel and Daniel to Cindy in return.
I think it's both.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's on both of them.
Yeah.
It's definitely on both of them. But I think that Earl would be referring more to them and maybe even some on the Brooke side because they might not have ever seen the Brooks come to a birthday party. I don't know. I haven't been to a birthday party.
Well, looking at Earl's Facebook from right near the start, there was tons of pictures with Earl. He has tons of picture of his grandchildren, obviously when he was with Christy, meaning Daniel, and stuff like that. And there was just, you could just see that he seemed like he was a good grandpa type of thing, toys everywhere. But it's just, there was tons of pictures of Daniel's first two children. that he has there. Now, obviously, Jack and Lily came into his world later, a lot later, and stuff like that. But as I see it, I think I haven't heard anything bad about Earl Martell. And I think, honestly, and same with Justin. This is how I feel. I feel like Justin and Earl are more similar. And I feel like Daniel and Janie are more similar.
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah.
But okay. So, is there anything else, or can I continue?
No, keep going.
Wait, for you strange people to trying to get me to add you, go away. I'm not interested in talking to you. Right. So there, I guess. Don't worry, Earl. I've never tried to.
And that's the strangers trying to befriend them on Facebook, right?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, again, there's many family members that aren't speaking out. Why? Well, I mean, honestly, why would somebody knowing all the shit that's going on with this case and how people easily get attacked and stuff like that? Like, to me, as long as they're talking to the police, the RCMP, and have given them that information, I can understand, that someone like Earl or even Janie, for that matter, aren't worldly when it comes to the internet and, the repercussions that can have that by people that do speak out, because it is a harsh reality that people that don't normally follow true crime, and then you're in this whirlwind of a case that's going on, and then they come to understand that there's this whole true crime community. But it is pretty vicious, right? I mean, it has its good and its bad, but it's kind of one of those things is that you want people to speak out, but like, what do you want, Earl to say that Daniel, that it's true that they're hidden or something like that? Or like, what could Earl truly add to the story since he wasn't on the property when they disappeared? Like, do you honestly think he's going to come out here, no matter how he might feel about his son? Do you think he's going to come out here to trash his kid and stuff like that? Right.
Well, that's what I was saying, right?
Yeah. Right. So it's that would be like me asking Haley, like, like, here, like, let me ask you on a live to, trash your sister and stuff like that. No.
Yeah.
It has to be about stuff that she's privy to when it comes to her information,
Yeah. And also, like, these people live out there for a reason. They might see 100 people during the normal year, and I bet you they seen 5,000 this year so far.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Just a total different life shock. And they're in the middle of it because they're family.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
what the old saying goes, you can pick and choose your friends, but you can't your family.
Right. I mean, even I showed you guys a post where Cindy said, like, I don't do social media and stuff like that, or the media. I get it that it's an uncomfortable thing to do. Now, yeah, you know what? Honestly, it's the people on the property that's truly who I want to hear from. Now,
yeah.
Whereas, I mean, it would be nice to hear more from the Brookside, since Daniel controls so much of the information that we're trying to understand if it's true or not, because of that barrier still of so many people not talking out, for Jack and Lily. I kind of get torn on that, because Janie made the excuse that she didn't want to talk to reporters, but I have a hard time with that when people start claiming how much that they want to find answers and about Jack and Lily. And yet by their own words, they're saying, well, I cared more about what it seems like to me, or what it sounds like to my ears is like, well, I care more about the things that I don't want to have happen than to talk to the news and say, just help us find answers, right? Like, it doesn't mean you need to talk to them frequently or daily, but just put yourself out there, at least in the news, to meaning answer some, maybe to say things like that in the articles, right? It doesn't have to be like a live interview on the news, but just, we spoke to, Cindy today, Cindy Murray today, and she just really wants us to all keep, helping and bringing the voices, being voices for Jack, and just stuff like that, So that's, I don't know. I get tossed and torn on all that stuff because I think that, well, what we think and what are happening are obviously two different things, but it is what it is. It's just that it's hard to not calm down the public when you feel like the truth isn't being told and that the mother just, leaves and spend 5 months and then we get a statement. Now, don't forget, you guys, that statement was because Please Bring Me Home asked Malaya if she wanted to do up a statement. Malaya didn't have to, but so it's not like this statement was coming out because Malaya was like, oh, I'm just going to put out a statement 5 months later, right? It was asked of her if she.
But it would look pretty bad if she was asked and didn't produce a statement.
Well, it would, right? Meaning if she.
As disappointing as it was, it would look way worse.
It would absolutely. Like, meaning if you believe that your children are missing and stuff like that, and that you want, like, and especially if you're talking to them, yeah, would it look bad? Absolutely. Right. I mean, that's where the ego would come in somewhat there, because, you don't want to be like, yeah, come do whatever you want to help. But no, I don't want to give a statement about my children, about whatever. So yeah, it would have looked totally bad if she didn't. Regardless. But again, it wasn't because it just randomly came out there. It was because she was asked, to put a statement, and whatever. She obviously agreed and put out that statement. But anyway, going back to
threatening to dish out the tea here. Are you a dunker? Get your biscuits ready. Cookies for those in the US. Like, we have cookies here, but we have biscuits, like rich tea biscuits and digestive biscuits. If you're a dunker, then gotta love it. Yeah, so get ready for some tea, maybe, possibly, from Earl Martell. What do we think about this? Malaya said only family were invited. So Earl's not family. But he did more for Lily and Jack than their real grandparents. Well, here's the thing, Earl. Isn't it your son Daniel that didn't want Malaya mixing with anybody? He was so insecure and lacking in self-esteem that he wanted to keep Malaya all to himself. He was possessive and controlling in text messages. Malaya said that didn't want Belinda to visit and didn't want Malaya to visit Belinda. Up to that point, Belinda was an active member in Lily and Jack's lives, even when Malaya and Cody split up.
Yeah, I'm going to stop it there for myself, because absolutely, this is like a double-edged sword, because, Malaya, no matter what, right? We all have our choices. So, but the thing is that when you're in that type of controlling type of relationship, honestly, when you're stupidly in love with somebody, you'll do stupid stuff. And we do as females, right? And I think that that's kind of what seems to have happened to Malaya, is my guess, is that, I think that when Belinda did meet her when she was with Cody, I think that that was a different Malaya. And I think that there was a difference in the relationship with, not Cody, Daniel to Malaya. And you got 3 kids going on. Again, when you love someone, the stuff that we do. And so, yeah, like, you start pushing family members away. It's not like she had to, but she obviously made that choice to go along with what Daniel was telling her, right? Like, if you don't take these people off your list, or blah, 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 then basically I'm going to end the relationship because these people are bad influences. Sorry, Earl, dude.
But, Sonny,
yeah,
I have one thing that's bothering me about that.
What's bugging you about that?
We have so much disdain between Daniel and Cindy, right?
Right.
Everything is said, the one don't like the other, and the other
Mhm.
don't like the other one. But yet, we hear that Daniel allowed Malaya to talk to Cindy almost daily, if not multiple times a day, at least by phone,
Mhm.
and sometimes, or maybe more than once a day, by video chat.
Right.
So
Well,
if Malaya was able to do that to Cindy, the person that Daniel despised the most, from what he tells us, doesn't she have to take a little bit of the blame
no, I mean,
for not staying in
absolutely.
contact with Belinda?
Oh, no, absolutely. Again, there's nobody that can ever blame somebody else for their own actions and choices, right? No matter what, Malaya chose to do these things. Now, do I think now what you're talking about there, Kent? So from being in relationships, there's no way that Daniel is gonna like meaning there's no way that Daniel's gonna stop Malaya from uh messaging her mother without being like like really, really like crazy, crazy, crazy obsessive, kind of like those movies where they'll smack, like that. So I don't think that Daniel had a lot of say with Malaya talking to the mother. Um, I now I think just from being in a controlling relationship, um, and this was more so, I would say, in the secondary relationship more than the first. The first one was just complete, most control abusive, all that stuff. But the second one was always telling our son that grandma and grandpa don't care about you. Here's why. That, your uncle Kenny is this or your auntie Tanya is that, and then, of course. So little by little, it's kind of like, Matthew taking on this distancing from, my family members and stuff like that. And I saw it happen. And of course, I would always try to tell Matthew, like, yeah, no, 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 right? Like there were certain things that I would say, yeah, okay, maybe my grandma does have favorites and stuff like that. That was true. But in saying that, it's kind of like in this type of relationship going on here, there's certain things that you're going to be obedient to in a sense, right? For the sake of the relationship. And maybe just Malaya didn't care at this point either. She obviously didn't care enough that she eliminated these people. She made that choice herself to not speak to Belinda, to block her friends, to not see her um, um, like
Like,
Haley.
just from what we hear, there's more, like, because Malaya was brought up, from what we understand, more
Mhm.
by Patty than she was by Cindy.
Right. Well, according to Daniel's words, right. I don't know how much
Well,
of that,
I'm just
but
like, there's different people that state
right.
that, right? Now, I don't know how long a period of time that was or anything like that, but I'm just saying it seems like Malaya is a lot closer to her grandmother
Oh
than
yeah,
her mother.
absolutely. Yeah.
And all I'm saying is, like,
Well,
I
yeah.
don't think it's that hard, even if somebody has disdain for you. Like, I'm sure Malaya would have loved a video call, or Malaya. I'm sure Belinda would have loved a video call once a week while
Mhm.
Daniel was working, because other people were saying, well, maybe she was talking to her mother in private. Well, no, it was Daniel knows that Malaya was talking to her mother every day. He stated it. He
Mhm.
said Cindy would call 2 or 3 times a day sometimes.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's not as if Malaya was doing that behind his back.
No, exactly. But I can't and I think this is about when you've lived in a relationship like this, it's easier to understand it versus seeing
Jack,
it.
me, if you live something like I say, I don't have a girlfriend or boyfriend. I'm
Well,
not
that's
that
just
type,
that.
and it's
Is that
just
so I can see Daniel being controlling and that Malaya because she's it's kind of like when when a female and male kind of first start off, a lot of times they push their friends to the side. They push their family to the side somewhat, right? Because in the relationship, they're so focused on falling in love and dee 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 he shit and stuff like that.
Love. We
Yeah,
said that about Daniel at the start of the case.
you know,
He was still,
kayak
for the
bash.
first 2 or 3 days,
Yeah.
he was still infatuated with Malaya.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So I think it's like a twofold here though. But I think that there's things that Daniel didn't want her to do, right? Because I mean, bottom line is Daniel's a controlling person, by everything that he himself has shown, in my opinion. We'll say it's in my opinion, right? Because I can't sit there, I mean, obviously I'm not going to sit here and try to diagnose like I know. Thanks, Linda. Desert you. Or just know I desert you for dessert, Linda. Just saying, okay?
Vladdy hit a home run. 6-2 Toronto.
Oh, nice. But yeah, so again, for people that have been in these relationships, like I said, there's like, with Dion, my first relationship of 11 years from 15 to 26, like, so for instance, I would wear a shirt like this, and he would say to me, "Are you actually going to wear that out?" And I'd be like, "Yeah, what's wrong with it?" And he'd be going, "Well, because it's showing off your boobs and stuff like that," and blah, 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 blah. So he was always trying to say things like that. Or he'd say, if I wanted to go do something, without him, which was rare, but when I did, and he'd be like, "Well, just remember, if I do the same thing back to you, it's because you deserve it," and stuff like that, right? And it was like, are you kidding me? Like, like the control that he always tried to have over me. And the thing was, again, not like I was some wimp ass person, but I typically know that a guy's going to take me down before I'm going to take them down, right? He was 6 foot, not very like thick, but he was 6 foot. And now that I think about it too, they ended up finding out that they were actually native and not Japanese. Go figure on that one. But anyways, but the thing is that like he was always trying to control me. And what did I do? So first of all, I'd never talk about it. And no one ever knew that was really going on in our relationship, because I always wanted to protect him, because I didn't want him to be mad at me. And if he found out that I was telling people, then I would just probably get, and this is stupid, right? At the time, I would get beaten typically, right? What would happen? Like, meaning, just whatever it was, a fork coming at me, whipping it from the kitchen to me on the couch and stuff like that. And it was just one of those things, like, I look in hindsight, right? I look back at it and go, like, what an idiot I was, obviously. Never blamed anybody because I put myself in the situation. But I just always, wait, hold on. I better stop, Kent, because there's some loser out there that's going to tell me I'm talking about myself on my own damn channel. I freaking, when I see those comments, I just literally go, at first I want to say something really ignorant to them. Well, sometimes I do. But anyway, most times I just block and stuff like that. Just those losers out there that say stuff like that. But anyways, so it's kind of like, little by little, your own identity gets taken away throughout it all by my own choice, in a sense, because I'm too busy thinking I love this person, but he's saying sorry all the time, and although I hate the word sorry for that exact reason, it's kind of like, you just, like Malaya, you just kept staying. Now, I didn't have children though, big difference there, but you just kind of keep taking them because you're in love, and you don't, you know what I mean? You just kind of go with it. And then after a while, it's almost like you as a person, your identity gets lost in there, because now you're almost like submissive to what they want, and you're trying to be the pleaser because you love that person and stuff like that. And we take things that we shouldn't normally take because we don't love ourselves enough to understand that we should never allow someone to control us, hit us, and all those things. But from a relationship standpoint, absolutely, Malaya is responsible for her own actions. So if she wanted to kind of delete her family and Belinda, in a sense, out of their lives, that's truly on Malaya, but would it cause an argument that would erupt into a fight? That's what would happen with me, is that if I went against the grain, then that would turn into a fight. And was it worth it? Right? So I think that they're just both very broken mental health issues, and they're toxic to each other. And that's how I see it. The controller versus the person that, just simply was taking it until she got
Little
sick.
mama, I'm not standing up for an abuser. I've seen it in my own family enough, not my immediate family. Thank God my mother and father never went through that. But extended, I have cousins and stuff that I see it all the time. And as far as I'm concerned, a man lays a hand on a woman, he should go do something else because he's not a man.
Absolutely. I'm going to tell you this, guys. The Sunny that you see today, right? Some people are like, how can she be in customer service for like 40 years and stuff like that? Absolutely. Because I've spent my whole life caring about people. Okay. And you can suck it if you think differently, because I don't care. But I want to say this, right? When it comes to that, is that the Sunny that you see today is probably, I was in my 30s, I think. 30s. But when I left that abusive relationship when I was 26, okay? So again, I don't need a pity party. I don't need any of that, right? I would get kicked in my eye, right? I would get a spinning kick right around the corner to my eye. I'd get a remote. I'd get knives, forks. I would get pushed into the bathtub. I would get thrown into the bath wall thing and stuff like that. I would be smothered with a pillow, right? Stupid, right? Stupid. I stayed in all that. Absolutely. 11 years, people. Okay. So the Sunny you see today is the Sunny that came out of that relationship and said, I'm not taking bullshit anymore. I ain't taking these fake ass people anymore. I ain't dealing with controlling people anymore. And I sure in the hells am not going to let someone think for me, tell me who I am as a person and stuff like that, because I'm over those type of people. And that's why you have the Sunny today that went through those experiences to say, you know what? I like who I am. I like what I do. I like what I stand for. People can suck it and try to tear me down and stuff like that. When you are attacked, whether it's real life or online, you get a shield. For me, I got a shield. So there's no penetrating that shield. It's like, honestly, like 99.99999 to try to penetrate my shield with any sort of hurt by words. Because what? Because why? Because I've already been through a lot in my life, and they were all learning curves, right? I never blamed anyone besides myself for anything that I chose to be in. But the Sunny that you see today does not put up with bullshit. I don't put up with BSers. I don't put up with any of that crap. And that's why I have a zero fuck tolerance for when people talk about me and say stuff. Big deal, right? Right? Get kicked in the eye. Then tell me that your words hit me and stuff like, or are hurting me and stuff like that. So come at me all you want. Don't care. I'm here because I care about people. I'm in this space because I care about people. I think it's a very heavy space. And again, for those people that want to keep trying to tear me down, suck it. Suck a big one. Suck Daniel's big one for all I care. I'm just kidding on that one. Okay, don't get no, don't.
All right, next topic.
But anyways, so that's the person that was always doing stuff and trying to always be kind to everyone in a sense. But again, if you don't deserve to be being kind to you, right, then I'm not going to treat you with kindness. If you're going to sit there and be ignorant to me, sure in the hell you're going to get it back from me. Because again, and it's through all those experiences that's why I'm like, yeah, I'm a very strong personality now, for sure. Because I've just, over the years, I'm 56. You get tired of bullshit. And you just don't want to deal with it. I don't need to. I don't have to. And so if I think you're a snake or I think you're full of it, right? Besides following a case, get the hell out of my life, because I don't need anyone to control me. But anyways, going back to, the case at hand here. I'm not sorry if somebody's going to say, oh, you're talking about yourself again. Yeah, I do, because it's alive. That's my channel that we can talk about all different things about it. But this is in relation to how I'm trying to perceive Malaya's thinking, or why she would do things from being in a toxic relationship, right? And whereas Kent can't give you that same, obviously, what's the word I'm looking for? Can't give you that same perception. Perception is the word, because he would have had to have been in one like that to understand it. It's like someone that doesn't have kids. You can't understand children properly. You think you can. You might think you know a lot, but until you actually, have a child, then you can't totally relate to that feeling of, unconditional love. And that's what the problem, with this case lies, is that it's acting like, where's this unconditional love for these children, right? You got the mother that's kind of gone off in hiding there, that you would expect to be speaking out for the children. You got Daniel, who's the stepfather, that is the one that's jumping around from interview to interview to, channels and social media. And you're like, well, isn't this ass backwards? Right. And then you have him dating, hooking up, and who knows who he was with prior to even Taylor, right? And stuff like that. And then you're like, dude, do you actually care about Jack and Lily, or are you just running around trying to sit there and get everyone to believe in your innocence? Because that's how it feels to me. And I'm just like, so I see right here somebody that to me is probably, in my opinion, someone that is narcissistic, and then a nympho sex addict as well. That, right? And it's not like Daniel was denying that, but it's, sometimes
He should have seen that coming, though.
Oh, I mean, no, but he doesn't have any self-awareness, right? Like, that's where he's too stupid, is that he does things without even thinking about him. And then something like this happens. And then obviously, it just, obviously, I mean, I would be so embarrassed to show my freaking face again after all that stuff that come out. But he did it to himself, like,
yeah.
The thing is that Taylor might have did things that most people wouldn't have done, right? But did she try to gather some intel? Did she share some screenshots because she's a woman bird? But she's not the one with 2 missing children. They were under the care of.
No, but I'd still like to know what her motives were.
Well, she claims it's from, caring about that, trying to get the truth. Now, people do this shit, Kent. They do. They literally try to embed themselves in a case. I don't know.
Yeah,
why.
but I mean, I'm wondering if she, like, more than the information, trying to find out information from Daniel about the case.
Right.
Was she worried about that more, or was she worried about the money more?
What do you mean, the money?
The reward. Like, I think she went into it thinking that if she could get the right piece of information from him,
never asked,
and then make the tip of for the reward, and then her family would be safe, right, and set.
Right. And you know what? It could have been a thought for sure. I don't know. I mean, she hasn't been speaking. Like, I can't get hold of her on Messenger. I just keep saying can't send.
She wouldn't have anything. From what I've heard, the last is she's on a 72-hour hold in Moncton.
Right. Because that's where she lives, right? Obviously, you just said that. So yeah, she lives in Moncton.
But that's when you have a SS risk or something like that. That's for psychobio situation. That's where they would send you, would be Moncton or Fredericton, depending which part of the province you're from. So
yeah.
But I heard she's in Moncton. It would have been today that she would have got out from what 72 hours would be. But
yeah, and I love you too. And I want to say this again. If you don't like someone's opinions in chat and stuff like that, then again, just block them. I do that honestly. Like Mariska, when I saw her ass in DTs and she was slagging me, I was like, block, bitch. just like that. Because I don't feel like watching her sit there and, keep slagging me all you want, but I don't want to freaking watch you. I'm trying to sometimes see what, Durwood's saying and stuff like that and blah, 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 and then, okay, that's one thing I just want to say this. So that is one thing that bugs me, because if people were to be talking like that about DT in our live, right? Because when I realized that people were slagging him, I said, you guys knock it off, no personal attacks. But in DT's live, I can get slagged all day long and nothing gets said,
Only
And
if you're one of his valued followers.
yeah, but but the thing is but it's just kind of like the mods have no problem leaving all that shit up there. But my thing is, I don't care who you are, have respect when you're in the chat room, right? Like to Belinda, I don't care if it's a guest, a DT being a guest and stuff like that. Again, are we apt to miss things? Absolutely. But the thing is that people can say things without it being nasty to each other. And again, there's a block button for a reason. So in saying that, like, if people don't know this by now, Joe Neal, he has a very sarcastic attitude. And he says things that sometimes, of course, people don't like. Sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's not on there. But anyways, if it comes
Not Joe.
Yeah, no, not Joe. I mean, when he was sitting there going, what was this thing that he said the other day in DT's live? He's like, because I sent it to you and I was like, I'm pretty sure he's being sarcastic here, because he's like something like about I seen the light and I believe that the children are hidden. It was something like that on there. And it made me laugh. But anyways, because that's Joe's, that's Joe. He does say things that might be off the cuff that some other people won't say. He's kind of like that person that doesn't have a filter system at all, right? But anyways, let's get back here. Are you doing okay still?
Well, I got one more topic that I'd like to discuss. I don't know where we're going now, but
I was just going to continue playing this. Was there much more to see on?
No, go ahead.
Oh, is there? Okay.
Malaya kept in contact with Belinda.
Did you want me to finish playing this?
And they had regular visits.
Yep. Okay.
So, actually, Earl, if you want to point the finger anywhere about the lack of interest by the biological grandparents, I think you need to go and speak to your own son. We've got Henry Brooks, who is Malaya's dad, who will be the children's biological granddad as well. I don't know how much Henry has been kept away. And then we got Cindy Murray, Malaya's mother. And we know that she spoke to Malaya a lot, but how often they visited, I don't know. I don't think Malaya and her mother got on that well. Correct me if I'm wrong, somebody. But they did go to Patty's house, who is Malaya's grandma, so Lily and Jack's great-grandma, because Patty was their banker. Patty would give them money. On the Wednesday, 2 days before Lily and Jack went missing, Malaya and the children were at Patty's house doing washing. Daniel says that's where Lily got her black eye, when a Tonka truck hit her in the face. So, Earl, you need to get your facts right here, son. Less than an hour later. As for my last post about Lily and Jack, I got much more to post as time goes on. Stay tuned. I gave RCMP long enough. Now I'm getting pissed. Ooh. Threatening the RCMP. Not nasty threats, but threatening to tell all. And then 16 hours ago, you'd expect loads of people to jump on this and to want to talk to Earl. And he said, 16 hours ago, you'd expect loads of people to jump on, threatening to tell all. And then I'm getting pissed.
Oh, here. Oh, shit. Okay,
I got much more to post.
Okay. As for my last post about Lily and Jack, I got much more to post as time goes on. Stay tuned. I gave CFPR long enough. Now I'm getting pissed. Oh, okay. Okay, Earl. So, wait. So you think that... So is this about all the posts?
Yeah.
So where did you derive that he's getting pissed off about people talking about his family of this? Because I don't take that at all.
Back when you were saying, when he was talking about the strangers trying to befriend him on Facebook.
Oh, that one? Well, Yeah, see, I didn't really take it like that as much as it's more like don't freaking message me. I'm not going to answer you,
Yeah.
type of thing. But what I see myself here from Earl is I'm
He's
tired of the bullshit.
implying that he has other information that he's
Mhm.
told the RCMP,
Right.
but they haven't reacted on it or not as quick as he thought they should have.
That's
And
from
that's the
and
same
maybe
as Daniel said. Daniel said right from the beginning, if it seems like this is going to cold, I'm going to keep leaking stuff to the media. And what has he done? Kept leaking stuff to the media.
yeah, but I don't see Earl saying that same thing for this reason myself at
Well,
all.
I can't see him
Well,
thinking that his kid did something intentionally
hmm.
and coming out and telling it.
Well, you know what? You never know. You never know. Honestly. I'm thinking I'm thinking of something in my head. And if you recall, and I can't say it, can't show it. But I'm thinking something else in my head. And
Hmm.
so as for my last post about Lily and Jack, I got much more to post. So this is meaning that he's right about Lily and Jack, so obviously he has more knowledge. This sounds to me like when someone's saying, as for my last post to me, okay, for my last post about Lily and Jack, I got much more to post as time goes on. Stay tuned. I gave RCMP long enough. Now I'm getting pissed. I think he's getting pissed of the bullshit.
Well, I think he is too.
But when I say the bullshit, I think he's getting tired of like the bullshit of what he's witnessing that's
Well,
happening.
I think he's getting tired of the bullshit of being blamed because
No.
he feels blame even though it's directed to his son.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, so I'm not seeing it that way myself at all. Um,
Okay.
yeah, and again, I'm without me saying it to you, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So that's not
And I
how I.
can't go there because I got no receipts. So
Well, real, yeah. But so yeah, so I'm just gonna say this, people, okay? I think he's just getting pissed in general. I think that he's pissed off with what's going on with this case and the bullshit, because why else would he come out or make a statement like that to me about that you know what I mean? Like if he was just kosher with everything and letting the RCMP solve things, right? He's not going to be getting pissed too much. Like honestly. Oh, that's my husband. You talk, Ken. Go ahead.
I think there's a lot more people in Pictou County now
Hey, husband.
that not that they're running out of time
What, honey?
for the RCMP,
Okay.
but the fact that they are
Oh, what do you have?
feeling pressure
What did you get?
um,
Oh.
because everybody that is online,
Oh, shit. I'm not
don't
muted.
matter whatever they believe, they think that they believe what really happened, and they don't see why the RCMP haven't solved it yet when we all have. Sonny must have been getting goodies from. But anyways, why I'm talking to her, or why I'm talking to her, why she's talking to hubby. I don't have an exact date yet, everybody, but there will be a birthday prayer vigil coming up. Jack's birthday's on the 29th. We don't know if it'll be held yet on that night or on the weekend. But it's not a party or anything, but it will mark Jack's 5th birthday. And we'll have, hoping to have Timbits and coffee, or hot chocolate, I should say.
Or chicken, Daniel. Chicken.
We're going to, another idea we have is to bring little paper cards and allow the little ones to write on the cards and then give the cards to the family members. Also, today we get contacted by a business in Alma. They're called Amtech Limited, and they're going to take the lighthouse and a dinosaur and unicorn for Jack and Lily and the lights, and house the memorial. So once it's deconstructed at the mounting station, it'll be put in the windows of Amtech, which is in Alma, which is just down the road from the Lansdowne exit off the highway. So that's solved for the winter. There's lots of stuff happening on the grounds, and it seems to be pretty positive, and that was another reason why I asked Sonny about getting the member of Bring Me Home on, because I think the more exposure that they can get over the next week and a half before they get boots on the ground is going to give them credibility with the local community. And also yesterday, I've ordered 500, I call them cling decals. So if you know how you put up your Christmas decorations and there's that clear plastic stuff and you throw it in your windows and stuff and it can stick on either side. So we ordered 500 3x5 Jack and Lily decals. Sonny had the poster on the screen there the last couple lives. So we should have them tomorrow or Monday. And we'll be selling them for $5 a piece. And what I'm probably going to try to grow is group areas. And that if you know that there's 4 or 5 people real close together, then we'll send them out in the one envelope, because it shouldn't be any more than just a stamp as far as postage goes. They're not going to be weighted or anything any much. So stay tuned for that information, how to get them. And it's getting late here, so I'm going to drop down before I fall asleep and drop the phone like I did last week.
One sec. Rhonda has an important message. Yeah. She's said she's laughing. Thanks, Rhonda.
Yeah. Well, I had my chicken for supper, so I was good.
Is that what you had? You have some chicken, keep on licking. Okay. Yeah. So her husband, I didn't realize he ordered out, but anyways, yeah, he brought a bunch of chicken, just like chicken strips or whatever. And then, whatever, fries.
So we'll see you tomorrow, everybody.
Wait, you leaving?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Getting tired.
All right.
I'm not leaving. Just so you know.
Right.
Not leaving. Okay. Good night, Kent. Thank you so much. You can hear him getting tired. He's probably like, the game's over. Time to go. On there. Let's see here. So this isn't the exact decal, because the decal has like a barcode on it, but it's something very similar to this. But again, thanks, Ron. On there. Okay. Okay, I want to just play out Michelle After Dark's. Do I have to boot Kent there again? Come on, Kent, where are you, dude? Oh, this is Kent here. Gotta boot him. Kick from studio. Kick. Bye guest. Bye guest. Okay. So let me finish playing that out, okay? Just want to hear what else she has to finish saying. And honestly, I'm going to try to eat some chicken in that while the rest of it's playing out. I'm not even going to lie. I want some warm ass fries, okay? And you guys, I rude of me. Talked about Zach Jackson and his channel and stuff like that, and Michelle After Dark. You guys don't forget, obviously, you guys know, I'm sure, Daphne has her channel, and she's always doing lives and putting out information out there as well. So Daphne's Case Files, okay? Oh my God, that was really horrible when she had that same issue I was having, where it was like she was crackling in and out and stuff like that. And then you're as bad as me, Daphne, because you're like, yeah, I'm gonna get going, and then you still keep talking, right? But that was yeah, it was a horrible horrible listening to that. It's like me and Kent, we could hear each other just fine, but when I went to go play the live back, for the 9 minutes that I stayed on just because of that, I was like, oh my god, it does sound that bad. Sunny got rid of Jojo. Talking about that other person. Anyway, let me just go back to this one. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, come on, you laggy ass computer. We'll do that. So again, this is Michelle After Dark. Oh, Sunny, context me married. They gave me 2 months. Oh, I certainly will. I certainly will. Thank you. Because I hate paying like $64 a month Canadian. Thanks, Daphne. Okay, play.
As time goes on, stay tuned. I gave RCMP long enough. Now I'm getting pissed. Ooh. Threatening the RCMP. Not nasty threats, but threatening to tell all. And then 16 hours ago, you'd expect loads of people to jump on this and to want to talk to Earl. And he says, for you strange people trying to get me to add you, go away. I'm not interested to talk to you. Well, stop posting on Facebook then. Stop posting these controversial messages on Facebook then. This is exactly what Daniel did, isn't it? Now, on the DT show last night, DT shared a few text messages between Daniel and his girlfriend Taylor. And Daniel has been the one to be dishing all the tea about Malaya. CPS wants to know why she acts the way she is. Malaya, question mark. Yeah, Malaya acts odd, they say. CPS says Malaya has lost Jack before. We heard this the other day from DT. But this is only coming from Daniel. We don't know this officially. Apparently, it's more than once. Once at her grandmother's and once here at the house. So Jack was known to go missing. CPS and my lawyer know all this. This is completely the opposite to what Janie said, Daniel's mother. Janie was saying that Jack would never go in the woods. Jack needed to be carried when he went in the woods. Well, they're not in the woods. Well, what if they left by road? What if they walked up the road and went down trails, not climbing over felled trees and things like that? Like there's tracks out there. So Janie, trying to direct people away from the woods, well, I don't know what to say about that, really. You would think Janie would want people to think that Lily and Jack were out there in the woods, like they wandered off, because, well, it takes the heat off Daniel, if you believe that. But Earl seems to be cast from the same cloth as his son, threatening to expose the truth. Well, when Durwood, stroke Darren, exposed the quote-unquote truth, we heard a load of baloney. So, stay tuned. Are we going to hear another load of baloney from Earl Martell? It remains to be seen. But it is true. It is absolutely true that Malaya has lost custody of Meadow. So she was allowed to take Meadow, but they took Meadow away. She didn't abide by the rules, apparently, of what she was supposed to do, and they took Meadow into CPS care. So that's why there's a custody battle now for Meadow. So there are problems. We know that the CPS were called, school were concerned about the black eyes, I would imagine. Then it's come out that it was because Lily was pulling her hair out, which I think in a 6-year-old child is very, very concerning. Compulsive hair pulling can be, not necessarily always, but can be a sign of chronic stress. It can be a sign of anxiety. It can be a sign of a compulsive disorder. And compulsive disorders are underlined by anxiety. That's why anxiety medication or some antidepressants actually work for some people who have obsessive or compulsive disorders, because they're all underlying anxiety issues. Anyway, in a 6-year-old child, that's very concerning. So what was going on in the house to cause Lily to have such a stressful condition at a very young age? Could it be autism? Yeah, it could be undiagnosed autism, like that's contributing to the ongoing issues. But at the end of the day, you're looking at an anxiety-related problem there. Look, Earl, Daniel doesn't get away with any of this. You start blaming Malaya, Daniel doesn't get out of this scot-free. Things look just as bad for Daniel as they do for Malaya. Because it's not just Malaya that's lost custody of Meadow, it's also Daniel. If CPS were happy with Daniel, if they took Meadow away from Malaya, Daniel's her dad, wouldn't they have brought her to Daniel? But no, they haven't, have they? So there's just as many problems with Daniel as there is with Malaya from the CPS's point of view. Think about it. And the fact that Malaya lost Jack here at the house, Well, it's your property. Oh, it's Janie's property, but it's not Malaya's property. Whose responsibility would it be for putting up a fence? I mean, look, yeah, it's Malaya's responsibility to look after her kids. I get it. But why do we have this situation where Jack was known to wander and nobody bothered to put a lock on the door? Nobody bothered to plug the gaps in the fence, and they just let it continue. Malaya, lazily, thinking, oh, well, Janie will look out for them. And this one morning, when Janie's tired and she goes back to bed, look what happened. So they're all blameworthy because all of those adults who were on that property had some level of responsibility to look after Lily and Jack's safety. Malaya might be their biological mother. Malaya might have problems, but so does Daniel. So, Earl, I'm looking forward to all of this tea that you dish in, but Daniel hasn't helped himself by doing it, so let's wait and see what Earl can do. All right, guys, let me know your thoughts in the comments, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye, guys.
Now, just quickly, I'm going to play the start of S. Hunter's video. Only because Daniel repeats himself like the same way over and over again. And honestly, it's so robotic the way it all sounds when they're actually interviews are kind of put together and stuff like that. So let me just play that. I'm still trying to eat some chicken and fries. Not gonna lie. Stop screen.
Last few days have been very stressful. I mean, ever since the Friday morning when we noticed that the children were gone. Immediately jumped in the vehicle, surveyed all the areas, many dirt roads, many culverts as I could, and waited for the police to get there. And as soon as I noticed they weren't there, I immediately jumped right in the vehicle and surveyed all the area, every dirt road, every culvert that I could find. As soon as I seen they were missing, I jumped right in the vehicle and I did every dirt road and searched every culvert. The very first day I wasn't around very much because I was just searching. I was running through the woods, screaming their name till my throat hurt. Jack just absolutely loves bugs, dinosaurs.
I didn't mute myself.
Anything like that. But Lily loves girly things, but she also loves doing everything with Jack, bugs. They're like best friends, not just brother and sister. And Jack just absolutely loves bugs, dinosaurs, anything like that. But Lily loves girly things, but she also loves doing everything with Jack, bugs. They're like best friends, not just brother and sister. You know, they took their boots. That's pink boots for Lily, blue boots for Jack with dinosaurs on them. Lily had her backpack with white, and it was white with strawberries on it. I imagine now if they're in the woods that it'd be probably brown, but I don't see them carrying their backpack. I don't see them keeping a pull-up on for that long after it got soaked from the very first day. We only found the 2 boot tracks outside of the house.
Whereabouts?
Right beside the house, probably about 10 feet away from the backyard.
In the backyard, okay.
Nothing new, other than the helicopters are still in the air, and they had dogs. They took around the dogs today, and as of last night, they had 8 more drones going on with infrared. I urge the public to come out if you have anything, come out as fast as possible and get it to any detachment or any police service that you have available to get to talk to. We were searching. We covered everywhere possible. Even in the first day we did, even with me running through the woods, I was ahead of the helicopters and ahead of the drones and stuff like that. Screaming as loud as I can, just until my throat hurt. Running through water that was up to my waist. And as soon as I got back, I wasn't allowed back in the woods until a man dressed in a military outfit said I could go back into the woods. I hate being wet and cold, so they immediately would have came right back into the house. The only 2 prints are right beside the house facing the road, and then that's it. Just waiting and waiting and waiting for them to come home. Hardly any evidence at all since the first day. It's mind-boggling that nothing else was found. The last of RCMP in the area that I've seen, they were at Lansdowne Lake. and they told me that they scoured the lake, divers, and sonared the lake, and there's no evidence at all. If they were in this area, would have found them. My family's still searching.
You said they're flying in someone to do a polygraph test. Is that on you?
That's not just on me, but on everyone. That's what I asked for. I asked for that so early on, and there's not many places that do it in Canada, so they're flying somebody in.
Why do you think you need to do that? Do you think they don't believe you?
I think their side of the family doesn't believe me, and I just want to clear it up for everyone. Clear it up for everyone, not just the people online making crazy accusations and everything else. No idea. I had no idea. I'm still searching every day. I'm waiting for information. I have to let them do a lot of their stuff with the aircrafts and everything else, and dogs and searchers. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be coordinated, and I can't just go running through the woods. I want to, but I just can't right now because the search is just so far out. They're holding out hope. I don't know why they didn't find anything from Jack's pull-up to her backpack or any of her belongings at all. They just haven't found anything. I've done everything. I've given them all my information. I'm here to find the kids. Well, I know they can't go forever. I mean, there's search and rescue workers searchers that have already been injured. They've spent so much resources. I mean, resources doesn't matter at this point, but I mean, everybody's tired. There's some people that I don't think they even went home. I'm absolutely exhausted at this point after going through 6 days of virtual hell. It's absolutely crazy. So I'm just fighting for Lily and Jack. Breaks my heart. Pure exhaustion at this point. I mean, sadness just turns to anger because there's no answers. And I mean, I don't know if we're ever going to get answers. Bring cadaver dogs. They search for...
Chicken was crunchy, kind of harder. I like more softer chicken, but whatever. It was free. Husband got it. Okay. Now, again, everyone's entitled to an interpretation of this, because at first, yeah, I mean, when this case first started, I felt, that Daniel was doing the things that you would think to see of someone of missing children, although I thought it was strange, of course, that Malaya leaves the next day. And so, yeah, it was one of those things, is that it's only as time grew was when I really started. And actually, those messages with Charmaine was a very telling thing about Daniel putting down Malaya almost all of those messages, okay? And how great he was. So then to me, his true colors started shining through, and it just progressed and progressed and progressed, right? And so I would say, kind of like in a relationship, I wouldn't know that I was walking into, leech sapsucker of my energy and stuff like that. I'm going into a relationship usually thinking that, this person's honest, sincere. And then as time goes on, then you see those traits. And that's what I feel about Daniel, is that the traits that I saw progress with Daniel is just somebody that boisters about himself. And again, and this, I'm not trying to look at it like a pick on Daniel thing, but he obviously has been putting him out there a shit ton, right? So of course, you're going to look at it and read into it and stuff like that. So at first it was feeling bad for him. And even I still have tons of moments where I'm is Daniel being truthful? And then I'm reminded by the shit that he says. That's so inconsistent, outright to me BS. And it's just been 5 months of it growing to a point of that. To myself, it's how many more what I call lies am I going to listen to? Or how many more things are you going to keep adding to the story 5 months later, right? These are lots of things that he could have said, and all the time he was popping in and out of chat. But again, it was like watching someone just trying to get ahead of the game. I just feel like Daniel when he talks now myself. So, like I said, whatever the truth is, but I mean, come on, right? And then we see this whole relationship stuff going on, using the R word, talk, and stuff like talk dirty and stuff like that. But dude, two children are missing. Two children are missing. And what are you doing? Well, you got your big D sitting there like a pointer stick, just going, oh, relationship. I think Daniel needs to have relationships, just like I think Malaya needs to have relationships for the wrong reasons on there. But I mean, how much was he really invested? He near the start, he basically believed, like, well, at least what he was portraying was that Cindy was the reason. Like Cindy picked up the kids and had, then it became that Haley, her friends, Then it became about Malaya. And then it became like Malaya, not Malaya. Malaya, like when you truly follow everything that this man does, it's to me clear as day that he doesn't know the truth. He doesn't have any self-awareness of when he's talking, and that he doesn't have any perception about how we are seeing it. He tells on himself all the time. The arrogance, the absolute arrogance behind what I call a narcissistic personality, and it is exactly what he is showing all signs of. Basically sit there, put Malaya down, build himself up. But even, and I say this again, even in Janie's interview, it was not an interview about Jack and Lily. That was an interview about explaining why the door could have been loud, wasn't loud, explaining where Janie was in her timeline, about the building a pool and shit like that, how Malaya was holding Meadow in her arm. And it was all just, to me, a bunch of crap about them trying to, right? Exactly. Like take away from what people are saying about them instead of focusing on Jack and Lily. People are going to say shit about you all day long. But that interview, and even Daniel's most recent interview, again, it wasn't Jack and Lily focused, not in my eyes at all. It was focused around the fact of, Daniel talking about himself again, what he would be doing, about the coordination and shit like that. And well, I could say more to that, but at the end of the day, for me, I can't believe a word of what Daniel says at all. And I keep telling the dude that. Like it's like when he's trying to justify that whole girlfriend, he tried to spin it and basically say that she needs help, she's on meds, blah, blah. But in saying that, he also said that, like obviously he set some, like he knows that he's his own demise as well. But the thing is that when I'm watching all these interviews and when you put them together, Daniel consistently says the same thing. I was out checking culverts. I was out, blah, blah, blah. Same thing, like a repetitive recorder over and over again. Right. And I'm sure if Malaya was speaking out, she'd probably be like a repetitive recorder herself of like her first interview. Now, so it's like, at first I was believing that these tears. Sunny, do you put much stock into what was what is that? Intense content about an aggressive younger relative? Do you put much stock into what was... I know what word you're trying to say there, but intense content about aggressive younger relative. I don't recall what you're talking about, Sarah, on that one. I'm not really sure what you're talking about when you say tense content about aggressive younger relative. So, with Tint, he was on the side like Kent, right? Like where he's at now, no idea. I don't even know how much he's following the case anymore. Maybe he's paying attention to it, but he's back in Ontario, working and stuff like that. And actually, it's been a little bit of a minute since I've messaged him, actually, because it's one of those two-way streets, right? So it's kind of like he wasn't really messaging me much more once he went back to Ontario. But it's just because, real life kicks in there and stuff like that. Trespassing is not done at the CAS or visitation facility. On there, CA Broken says that on there. And then Daniel messaged me and accused me of knowing where the kids are. Then he says, how do I know they're not with family? I didn't want to say names. I'll think of how I can reword it. Okay. Okay, yeah, because I'm just not remembering what you're speaking about, to be honest with you. Because there's a lot of stuff, right? You guys know, right? There's tons of stuff that you forget because it's been 5 months, and stuff like that. Oh, what I remember of Tints is the whole, Wade video and stuff like that. But anyways, when I watch these now, if I'm looking from it from my narcissistic perspective, right? Then I'm seeing somebody that's, again, he's saying things like, I mean, we might never get answers. Like, why would you say that? Right? Like, why would you, like, he's made a few comments like that. He's made some weird comments, like there's no magic in the air, that, he'll keep looking for them. Like there's some really weird statements that he's made as if they're not going to get answers for Jack and Lily. And just the whole weirdness about it all. I feel like he was being very passive aggressive to the RCMP in his interview when he's talking about the cadaver dogs. Daniel was pissed that they didn't tell him, that they were coming, as if he felt like he should have been in the loop and should have been in the know. Again, RCMP, they're here for Jack and Lily, right? They're not going to sit there and arrest, like a lot of people keep saying, well, why haven't they been arrested for neglect and stuff like that? Their focus is on the case right now, right? That's where their focus is. And honestly, do you think that they're going to put 2 people in jail and try to get information out of them doing it that way, right? Or are you going to kind of keep them close at hand and just watch everything that they're doing and stuff like that? I don't believe at all in the hidden theory at all. It's so nominal. I think, sorry, I feel like I'm all over the map right now, and that's just because I'm getting tired because I was up. Like, I literally had 3 hours sleep, and I was up for work, right? Bright and early here. And now my brain's just going freaking mush on me. But anyway, and it's probably since my husband brought me that food. But the thing is that, like, for instance, we were talking about the 8:28 time. Okay, let me ask you guys. How many of you guys believe that the 8:28 call to Cindy is something relevant? Because, like, to the case, because obviously, right, why would they unredact that to show us, right? Why would they unredact a few things? Why would that have been one of them that they unredacted to the case, right? So it has to have some sort of value there for them to unredact that. Some people could look at it like it has no value, but what do you guys think? 1, for the fact that you think it's important to the case, or 2, that you don't? Well, at least Meadow looks a lot better since not being on that property. Healthier looking child, looks a lot better. Jack and Lily, little beanstalks there as well. Were these kids properly fed? But anyways, so 1, if you believe it has value. 2, if you don't believe 8:28 has any value. Just see what you guys are saying here quickly. Their whole timeline is an absolute mess. Daniel was messaged me because I left a comment on a Facebook group. Hi, NS Hippie. I think so too. I think so too. Yeah. One was for if you think that it has value, the 828, and two, if you don't think that there's much value to that information. Bonnie thinks that they were gone Thursday. Jen says never get answers if the kids were removed, and now it's gone so far. He dug his heels in. The thing about that whole thing, Jen, is that on it, like, meaning we're talking about a ton of moving parts, right? That's what makes it so absurd, more so, right? It's more like a conspiracy theory than it is that it's realistic. That's the problem with the hidden thing, is that, again, the timeline isn't showing. They're not even talking about, like, exactly to try to make us understand their timeline of truth, because there's so many twists and turns in the timeline. But again, it really becomes about the amount of data, the amount of digital data footprint, and all the moving parts that would have had to make it possible. So, I understand the part where, Malaya trying to protect from CPS, right? But do you honestly think for 5 months that these kids have been hidden without somebody giving up the information, and that, right, that no one's trying to claim the right? Okay, the more people that know, the more likely it is that it's going to come to, head about what happened. So 5 months deep, almost 6 months getting there. But the thing is that it's the likelihood, right, of information. So is it likely that this transpired, that someone, like, I don't even get, honestly, what Kent was kind of saying there earlier when, well, like, I get the fact that he was saying, like, the whole hidden thing is transitioning, because I think, by the token because there is, in the courts, right? It's not about the custody. It's about, who's going to have the jurisdiction over the CPS. Is it going to be Malaya's, right? Or the native? But at the end of the day, right? So does it make sense that Malaya literally is playing this wicked game of hide and seek with her children, and that she's waiting for somehow Meadows' case to resolve, and then all of a sudden going to go pop, there they are, Jack and Lily are right there, see, they were there the whole time. Again, why would she need to do that? Now, Meadow was taken away because she broke, according to Malaya, like, she was going to the Indian Brook or whatever reserve to look for assistance, right? And so she was with Wade, but apparently Wade wasn't no longer on the list. So I think it was said that Cindy had called CPS on Malaya. And you know what? Ask yourself about that, though. Ask yourself about that, right? If Cindy is the one that called, and by all intents and purposes, it probably could be very true. Think about that. Why would Cindy call CPS on her own daughter if she felt like her daughter was being responsible and stuff like that? Or is she thinking that something else happened and that she wants Meadow? Perhaps this is just my own thoughts. And perhaps she wants Meadow to be safe, right? And get Meadow in proper care with people that, truly care about this Meadow. Now, Cindy's a nurse, okay? And, again, nurses, teachers, they all kind of have that usually that big in-depth care for people, empaths and stuff like that. But ask yourself that, right? If Cindy did call in Malaya on CPS, because once she kind of left the property and whatever, and then she knew, ask yourself why she would do that. And is it because she didn't believe in trust her own daughter, right? That something happened to the other two kids. I mean, I think because then I start thinking about what Wade said, like lock them all up. They're all a bunch of liars, talking about the children. Like, where would Wade get that from, right? About the children being abused by Daniel. Well, Patty wanted Malaya to get out of that relationship, and offered her space, and stuff like that. And to say that Malaya had a plan, again, that's just more speculation on stuff we don't know the truth about. But I was told that it wasn't said, but it didn't come up from the horse's mouth, right? Because I asked specifically if she could ask about that. And so then came back with the answer of no. But I couldn't see Malaya saying that, to be honest with you. Because, again, when you watch a ton of these cases in true crime, you guys, this is just not how cases go to the conspiracy side like this, right? It's like I keep saying, it's Occam's razor. The closest to the truth is a straight line. It's not all this. Oh, hi, Dylan. She used Facebook Messenger, I think, to call her mom. Right, she used Messenger. Right. Yeah. 828, the timeline that will break the case. Well, obviously they have that information. It's not broke the case at all. Why do you think she's in a worse situation? You think Malaya's in a worse situation? Is kind of like that what you're saying? Hold on. My husband brought me a Pepsi. You ready? You ready? Oh, yeah. Oh, I always think of that commercial, where they open up a pop. I think it's like a Fanta over on the beach with that big PA system. That's what I always think about whenever I hear that noise. They all know where they all are, 3 adults, and know where they are today. Think so too myself. That's, again, it's my opinion. Doesn't mean it's right, but so Ken's looking at it and others, right, from his own practicality of what he thinks could have happened. I'm looking at this from, my side of it about being in true crime and watching these cases and knowing bullshit when I see bullshit is how I'm looking at it. And then you got DT over there, thinking that the kids walked off the property and using what he considers the documents and things that Daniel has said, as what possibly has happened. Again, for me, sorry, I'd rather put hidden in front of that one, to be honest with you, myself. So anyways, most of you guys thought one with that it's important. I think it's important. I do. He's not in chat since I asked if Jack was a trigger for him. He not chat since, yeah, Daniel doesn't really like it when you have to, with Daniel, he, like, for me, honestly, I don't fucking know what it is. Is it because out of the Canadian shows that I have influence on, by using my platform, and Daniel keeps trying to talk to me here, or feed me stuff because he knows that if he can get me on his side, right? But I'm not on the side of Daniel or Malaya. I'm on the side of Jack and Lily. But I also know bullshit when I see bullshit. And that's what exactly I see. So if I see bullshit in a case where 2 missing children are going on, then my perspective is it's because you have something to hide. Because when the truth is being told, when you're watching cases, you can tell when people are being genuine. And you can tell, like, not always, because there's some people that can fool you, but you can just by the whole antics of it all. And so when you watch it long enough, it honestly, it just starts becoming a joke. And I don't know what it is or why Danielle, because honestly, I would never go into somebody's live, and I certainly would never talk to that, mother trucker again if they talked about me the way that I've spoken to, about Daniel. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to sit there and sugarcoat what I call bullshit. So it doesn't still mean that Daniel actually had something to do with the children, even though I feel that they all have knowledge. It just simply means that based on his personality and what he's portraying and his inconsistencies and outright things that are just like inserting and this bogus ass timeline to me, which comes off to me like a bogus ass timeline, is just something, like I said, his personality is like, okay, dude, you're full of shit. Right. So now why am I going to believe you? And if you're full of shit this much, then what happened to Jack and Lily? Why do you keep making these weird statements of, well, if they'll ever be found, well, I know that they're hidden and stuff like that. Remember the article that I showed you, with Daniel's famous words of, like she's trying to blame everything on me so she doesn't get into trouble, right? Exactly. That was only a few days in, guys. So what the hell, Daniel? So she's trying to point fingers at you, and you're sticking out like a sore thumb, pointing everything at her. Everything. And you're trying to get us to believe all this stuff. So if I can sit there and show you the screenshots of Daniel twice saying that he has all Malay's clothes, and then he turns around and says that all Malay's clothes were basically left at Patty's house. Right? So every time he says something, you almost have something to contradict it from something else he said. And that's what's been happening. And he never wanted to clarify the 8 to 8:30. And I see this myself. And again, you don't have to go with the same scenario. I see, again, drugs that were being used. An argument happened. Perhaps one of the children, both of the children got into the drugs. But then when someone keeps normalizing, like there was nothing, like there's just nothing different about that day. It was just a normal day. Why should I, have those in my memories? Well, again, all Daniel has to hear is one person online say that. And Daniel's like, good one. I'm going to use that actually when I'm saying something next. But he keeps trying to take away from this, this just regular day of Thursday. And maybe Thursday was a more regular day, right? Did he go into Westville, and as he was doing the trips, did he pick up some of that meth, from his friend Lance over there, hypothetically, Daniel, right? And did the kids get into the drugs? Was there an argument with you and Malaya that created this huge argument? Did one of the children get hurt? Right. And you guys panicked. Right. And basically it seemed like these two kids were not really wanted anyway, is what it seemed like. They weren't well cared for. They obviously weren't taken care of. They obviously could go outside, and Janie's expected to, I guess, watch them and stuff like that and get a phone call. All I see is a couple of hobos lying in bed, that too busy to get out of bed, get their asses ready for school. But I think that that's to do with the black eye stuff. But it sounds like a lot of lazy shit going on there. And I'm going to say, I would think that it's probably more from Malaya's side, that Malaya is probably the laziest of the two of them. She's probably in a depressive state, hates the fact of the relationship, her life. She's living in a shithole of a trailer. Even if you fancy that shithole up, it's still a shithole, no matter what. I mean, they've tried to make it look good for the interviews and stuff like that. It's an embarrassment, like to see that home and what was around that yard. And these kids, it was like I said, a death trap for kids, right? It's all this freaking ass junk around there. There was no care level at all. And like I said, I can see Malaya being depressed and being in this controlling relationship, and how the F is, da da da. But da 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 da. I'm sure Grandma Patty, da 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 da. I'm sure that Malaya loved her grandma, right? I mean, who wouldn't? If your grandma's always feeding you money all the time, and assisting you, I'm sure Cindy is probably more the one that, like, you got to earn your shit, right? She only had one job, Malaya, right? When she was 15. One job, right? Other than that, she just ties herself into relationships. And then she wonders where her life went wrong. It's because of her own choices. Daniel there, well, he's looking for that, to me, that target that of somebody that's, a caregiver, somebody that, again, you don't notice it at the time until you're in the relationship. And then you're like, then you see the true colors coming out in a person, the controllingness and all that stuff. At first, it's like really cute and all that stuff, like, oh, this person wants to just keep me to themselves and blah, 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 and then you realize it turns into like a house of horrors type of thing in there, I'm sure. But I mean, it really bugs me that Jack and Lily, what they possibly endured, or went through in this home, lack of love, lack of care. Don't know the ins and outs, absolutely not. But you know what? I think there's a pretty good tell-all about two children that they're claiming went missing underneath their dime, and that, because they were too busy in bed. But the whole thing to me still is about drugs, children, argument, fight somewhere. Perhaps this vehicle somebody comes with their vehicle one time there, take Jack somewhere one time back, that's 3, do that again, that's 6, approximately 6 times between 12 to 5. So for me personally, just my thoughts, I think that 6:17, 6:18, something happened to Jack and Lily by this time already, that they had to call them into school, because that's the first part of a cover-up. Then it was use this storyline of that they were sleeping in bed, and all these inconsistencies to me about Malaya saying that she told Daniel, that Daniel told her, that Malaya said that Daniel was sleeping the entire time. Well, obviously not, because the entire time was from 6:17 to 6:18. Malaya was stating that about Daniel. But we all know that the kids came in, again, according to their words, right? That's if we believe any of that, which I don't. So Malaya, so the kids come in, Lily pops her head in once, and Malaya says she sees her, but she's never ever said that at all before. Like, there was nothing that said, even to Belinda, it was the word she heard, not that she saw or seen Lily, right? And again, if your children are sick and you're calling them in, don't you think that you would have went and checked the room and said, hey, Lily, hey, baby girl, how you doing today? You still got a sore throat? Still not feeling well? Well, I don't believe she had a sore throat. Why didn't she check on her? Because Lily wasn't sick, and something probably happened to Lily already before this time. But again, there's a story to me that has to be told here, right? Because if I don't believe that a random abduction happened and that freaking they wandered off down the road and threw up a blanket into the tree and started, fucking yodeling or whatever through the woods there and stuff like that, it doesn't make sense. To me, it doesn't make sense at all. Now, so when you are a watcher of this case and pretty much almost every detail, not every detail, but almost every detail from 5 months of watching it, and you're witnessing what Daniel's doing, you're witnessing what Malaya's not doing or doing, and you're watching all this weird shit going on, and yet this timeline is so inconsistent. I'm not this believer of all these, like, making excuses for a bunch of bullshit. I can give grace to certain things. Well, I mean, that's what Daniel said. Could it be true? I don't know. Honestly, That's a question I can ask. That's a question I can ask to see if that is true or not, to be honest with you. Yeah, well, that one I can find out. So we'll see. Because again, oh wait, is that Pepsi? Yes, it is. It's Pepsi Zero. Mm-hmm. Pepsi Zero. Yes. Actually, hold on. Give me a 1 second here. Just stay tuned for this announcement. No, just kidding. Just give me a second. Okay, so I didn't want to look like a freaking Pepsi whore as I was chugging that sucker back. To be honest with you, I was so thirsty and I just wanted to chug, and I wanted to have a couple puffs of a vape for a second. Okay, that's the truth behind the shadows on there. But Vesica, I think it was that one. I'd have to go back and look at all that stuff again in the documents for that. Now, hold on. I was on a trail. Oh yes, right. This timeline. This timeline. And yeah, like, can you imagine living in that dump and then sitting there being happy that you live in this dump? I mean, I can understand her probably being depressed and not wanting to do dishes and clean, but guess what? You got children. You got to do that shit when you got children, right? But you know what, though? There's a ton of parents that do shit like that too, right? That their own health, is so low. They're so depressed that nothing seems to matter, besides maybe Meadow. But other than that, I don't even think Meadow so much. I mean, again, that child looks a lot healthier now. So, now that Meadows get given proper care, from once being, the pictures to where she is now, she looks like a nice, healthy, baby girl there. She's a little sweetheart to look at her too. Children are all, like I said, they're gifts. Sorry, you guys, I'm way behind in chat. But okay, but back to that timeline, okay? And so again, though, so 8:20 apparently, Malaya says that Lily pops in. Well, again, she never said anything, so that's weird, right? That's strange that she never used the word "seen" in the things that she did say up until, we saw it in the document. And she's told Lana apparently that she saw her once. So that would go with the statement that's, obviously said to the RCMP. Now, Daniel said a few times, but the crazy shit here is, yeah, that is wonderful. Crisscross, I think it was, that said that. Yeah. But the thing is here is this, again, the inconsistencies of when Daniel said that Lily said something that he told, Lily, like, basically quiet down, Then he said she didn't say anything. Then he said she did say something. And how do you not know, right? Because Daniel says that Lily woke him up because he could hear her rattling the lock. I still believe that the lock's on the inside, not the outside, especially when there's some crazy kinky shit going on. Could be on both sides, but I still believe it's on the outside. I can't see, right? So I can't see it being on the outside myself, but hey, each to their own, whatever crap. But we never heard that before, right? At all. Nothing about Lily. So during this 8 to 8:30 time, Danielle, you said you didn't know about that phone call that Malaya made to her mother at 8:28, but it's during that time that Lily came in and out of the bedroom 3 times. And Malaya says like 8:20. So you're saying at 8:28 that Malaya, who has to get up and go to the window and able to send a Facebook Messenger, call her mom on a messenger there, that you're in this deep sleep. Wait 1 second, Malaya. Malaya, you said that Daniel was sleeping from 6:17, 6:18 all the way through. And Malaya said that she was sleeping the whole night through. So why then is Malaya then telling people that she woke up and Daniel was doing drugs, right? And that he was like, tweaking all night. Now, when Haley was talking to her sister on the 3rd when she left, she's like, says to Malaya, like, what the fuck is going on? Right? Like, start telling the truth. And that's when Malaya started talking about the drugs, right? About that Daniel's been doing drugs for a couple of years. So do I think that Malaya was doing drugs herself? You know what? If I was to go with my gut is saying no. For some reason, my gut is saying no first. But I do think about it, like, because obviously if you're around drugs and stuff like that, what are the chances that you're in a couple relationships where they're doing drugs and you don't do any? Probably chances are Malaya has done drugs. Now, was she doing drugs at that time? I don't know. I don't, my gut says no. So I'll go with my gut on that one. But anyways, so again, but in the statements, Malaya says that she was sleeping the whole time, but yet she's telling some side stories there to that about Daniel doing meth. Now, again, does Daniel do drugs? Well, yeah, I mean, he admitted to it and all that stuff, but I think he definitely lied about the fact that he was actually doing drugs that night. And Daniel's acting like he doesn't have this memory for Thursday because it was just a normal day. I call bullshit on that. Absolute bullshit. 2 children go missing, and your cutoff timeline is what, 12 a.m. on going into Friday morning. I mean, the man can't even remember to say that. He's like, I never saw the kids on the 2nd. No, after 12 means when you flicked on the lights, right? So why are you telling us about flicking on the lights? Why is it your memory all of a sudden, because it was a normal day that day, you wouldn't remember it? I mean, come on. You honestly think that Malaya all of a sudden doesn't remember anything on Wednesday? Give me a freaking break. We know exactly what you were doing on Wednesday. You had a whole freaking trip load with Grandma Patty's bank card and stuff like that. License plate, vape juice, shopping, laundry. I mean, come on now, right? But do you honestly think that I believe, like, if Daniel gets Wednesday mixed up and Thursday like he was doing, yeah, great. How's the drugs? How's the drugs there, Daniel? But Daniel, I think in a message to Taylor there, it's him saying, like, you know what? Some people can do drugs and it doesn't really impact them. That's me. That's Daniel, he's saying. That's me. Some people, get all crazy and shit, but him takes drugs, it's not impacting his real life, type of thing. As if, it's like an alcoholic saying, yeah, no problem, right? Same thing with drinking. Yeah. That's how I feel about Daniel saying that about drugs. Yeah, of course. You are the best person that when you're on meth, that somehow you're excluded and that they don't have that big impact and fuck up your life like most people's, because you're special again, Daniel, right? Everything about Daniel is special. But anyways, so then I think about the car, right? Possibly could it have been back and forth, Jack and Lily, 3 ways, right? Approximately 20 to 25 minutes, somewhere in that time frame, maybe a little bit longer, who knows, right? Just neighbor is saying that on the 8th that he remembers that, and the reason for that was because, right, there's children involved. Now this is obviously coming from somebody that you would deem as sketchy, right? Like, you know what I mean? If there's any sort of arrest of some sort and stuff like that, it's always going to be looked at as sketchy from information. But does that mean that they're not telling the truth? And why would they involve themselves, in the situation when they didn't have to? Do I think that the neighbor is just trying to, like, you know what, Daniel, you know what, I'm going to falsely accuse you of this vehicle and da-da-da-da-da. Now, does it still make it true? Don't know. Just trying to understand if it is or if it's not. I don't believe anything that Janie, Malaya, or Daniel would say about that, especially since I believe that the truth isn't being told about what happened to Jack and Lily. Now, as for, again, this whole timeline, so Daniel, you didn't realize that Malaya was making a phone call outside of the window, and Meadow has been woken up and the TV's on, but somehow Malaya has placed you in a deep sleep between 6:18 to 9:40, and yet you saw Lily come in the room multiple times, which means Malaya's lying beside you and would have known that you were awake. So somehow, see, this is why I don't believe that Daniel ever entertains that timeline about asking about it. Maybe months later, like Kent said, but that's once you had a story to put together, or some thought behind it. And then we know that Ron called it 8:48. So that means that Janie would have had to go outside, make a phone call. Well, besides the fact of, hold on a second here, Janie's out checking the chickens. She's up at, what time was it? 6:00. Then she's outside having a smoke and whatever at 6:00. And then she's, talking to, I think, her brother at 6:24 on Facebook. And then she's like feeding the chickens at like 7. And then next thing you know, it's, right. So what about all this time? Right. So what, Daniel, who's not in a deep sleep. Remember that, because that's what he said. And Malaya, who's obviously awake. Well, she's awake pretty much at what, 6:15. Janie's already been out there to have her smoke and all this stuff. And, Janie didn't go into town that day. And Janie didn't call Malaya to say that, the kids are outside, but she claims she heard the kids, right? So again, oddness to this supposed timeline that they're trying to portray. So it's all these different things that, because I don't believe that these are very smart people in the first place, I don't want to say that they're dumb. I'm just meaning that I don't think that every day you go, oh my God, let me create an alibi, like let's cover up some stuff, right? Stuff like that I'm talking about. And right, it's not like, like last year there, was a couple more missing kids off the property, and this year they have, more experience to how they're going to say it. So to me, it's about amateurs to me that are coming up with the cover up of what's, what we're going to say. And that's why, to me, I still feel like Malaya's interview was scripted. That's why I think that there are so many inconsistencies. So Ron calls it 8:48, right? Which is 20 minutes from the time that Malaya tried to call her mother. Now, why was Malaya trying to call her mother? Again, if you're guilty of something, maybe she was calling her mother at that point to say the kids are missing. Because remember, they told this the police that 8 to 8:30. So it was at 8:28 that she makes a phone call to her mother. So again, was that one of those things that if you're innocent, to me, you would have made multiple calls right away to your mother. Be like, why the fuck aren't you answering? And then you try again, right? Like you would try again, type of thing, a few times. Because what are you typically going to do? You're going to see if the children are around, right? See if they're in Janie's trailer, stuff like that, which they didn't. And then, of course, you get bullshit reasons for that, of course, why that happened and why they didn't. It's just bullshit. For one of the first things you do is be like, Mom, have you seen the kids? The kids are missing. You would literally be doing that, right? So one of the first things you would be doing is racing over to the trailer to sit there and see if Jack and Lily are there. If you're calling them and they're not coming, and you instantly as a parent, okay, you get that panic mode in you that goes with it. And so, yeah, so you would be literally going like, mom, are the kids inside here? But that's not what happened. Janie's like, I was listening to Daniel yell at the kids for 10 minutes, and I just thought they were calling the kids in, blah, blah, blah. Bullshit, nosy Rosie Janie, whatever you want to call her, junkyard Janie. I know that they call her that, but whatever. I mean, hey, whatever, right? If it offends her, too bad. You live in a junkyard, all right? But you were nice enough to give up your, Paradise Hotel there in the actual trailer for that camper thing. That was very nice of you to do that for your son and Malaya and the children on there. So got to give Janie credit for that. But it's one of those things. So that's something that you would do because that's natural, that you'd be panicking and you would instantly be asking Janie, like, have you seen the kids? Not going to be like, well, Janie wasn't home. So, do, or that Janie always calls me, but Janie didn't this morning, or that Janie didn't go shopping that day. So add all that to all the sussy shit going on here, right? People claiming, like, do you notice the one thing that all three of them are claiming? They were all falling in and out of sleep. All of them. They were all falling in and out of sleep. It's almost like that excuse. Well, I was drifting in and out. Janie, well, I went back into the trailer because I was getting tired. I was scrolling on my Facebook and I guess I apparently drifted in and out of sleep. Daniel over there, well, apparently Daniel was drifting in and out of sleep himself. But they're all kind of claiming that same thing of drifting in and out of sleep, right? Which, of course, when you hear that, it's more like, well, it's kind of like the excuse. Well, I mean, I can't remember this because I was drifting in and out of sleep. And Janie's over there going, well, I was drifting. I don't remember times past 8:48 because I was drifting in and out of sleep. And it's just kind of like, for me, it's just like just staring at me going, liar, 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 pants on fire, type of thing. So 8:48, Janie gets that phone call from Ron. And it's like 3 minutes, right? So that puts it at 8:51. Now, the thing to me that kind of blows up in their face is Janie's timeline of when she hears the kids, we don't know exactly what time because Janie can't seem to remember, right? No urgency in her voice about missing the kids on there. Again, and this could be all the things to show that especially those two know exactly what happened to Jack and Lily. And it's not because they're hidden. It's because it's them scripting this, trying to lay out a simple scenario that hopefully they can all remember in a sense, but they don't. And that's where it gets screwed up to me, okay, is because they don't. And this is where these inconsistencies come from about, well, no, I said that. Do you hear the kids? No, I said that. And then Daniel later on going, you know what? Let me say, I think that Malaya actually did say it months later. Yeah, you know what? Now it's been longer, he says that his memory becomes clearer. But again, it's the inconsistencies about them saying that they're sleeping and yet making a phone call, yet kids coming in, but yet he's sleeping. And then she's in and out of sleep. So, and why they're not talking about this timeline? Well, Malaya obviously did because she said it to Belinda, right? And that's one of those things that Daniel avoided talking about. And he clearly always avoided talking about that. Like the whole time, he would never answer that question, right? And then on the Drunk Turkey show, it's kind of like, yeah, let me just, I'm just prefacing here, but yeah, let me just tell you everything now. Let me just spill the tea, right? And yeah, and about that 2 sets of keys, because I went to go get in the keys, but because we had 2 sets of keys, right? And then you're like, well, Daniel, why are you telling us that? Where did that even was asked of you telling us? Like, so I went to go get in the keys. So he had to insert that. Well, you know that there's 2 sets of keys, right? So Daniel, is that because of the picture that I put out, right? The picture that I put out, that, well, now you guys all know, right? That Haley had given me because she thought it was really strange. Okay, that picture in that particular photo had nothing to do anything about drugs in that photo. That was about the weirdness of this instrument, whatever you want to call it, this board, circuit board, being on top of a heater and noise being heard from the family, that, you know, Brookside family, and wondering what the fuck Daniel was doing in the bathroom. Now, so that picture had nothing to do with anything to do with drugs. It was to do about, was he trying to rip a phone apart at the time, the thinking, right? Because I'm not an expert in that type of shit either. And you're like, well, I don't think that's a phone. My husband said it wasn't. And I'm like, I don't know. Like, you know, I don't know that shit, right? And so I'm searching. But so that had nothing to do with the drug picture in that picture. That was simply that whatever you want to call it, phasma lighter, plasma lighter, something like that, apparently, that was for. Now, okay, I guess if you need to do your drugs, you probably need that in the bathroom, because that's where you do your drugs, is in the bathroom, eh? So I'm sure you have lots of little trinkety trinks from all your drug, you know, freaking taking it and stuff like that. But then there happened to be those keys in the picture, right? Which it seems like when I put it into AI, it says the same thing, right? A Subaru. Well, Daniel owns a Subaru. So those keys in the bathroom, actually, let me just show you that picture. Did I save it? Let me just take a look. I think I have to save it from my messenger here. Yeah, just give me a second. Where's my pictures? Okay, download. What's this? Oh. Okay. Download. 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 Okay. Okay. Sorry, you guys. I'm sorry if I'm not keeping up with the chat going on in here, okay, at the moment. But just in case, I just want to do this. Oh my God, Crazy Town. I didn't see that. I didn't see that one. I must have missed that. So I want to say sorry about that. Linda, I just want to say thank you. So for the people that aren't, you know, need to go to bed and stuff, Linda, thank you so much for that. And you became a member as well. And then there's Rhonda. Thank you always for the love and support always on the Facebook Messenger and stuff like that. And sometimes I'm answering you back if I'm at work, or maybe it's really late at night with my quicker messages and stuff like that. But know that I appreciate you so much for always sending me these wonderful messages to me every night. Not I'm not talking about the super chats, but Rhonda always is messaging me and talking about how she's you know, just grateful for this channel covering the case and the hard work and stuff like that. She's just a beautiful person. Okay, what do you find odd about the keys? Well, let me show you, Jen. Okay. So, well, first of all, what I found odd, hold on, Jen and others, give me a second. Sunny wants a drink, and she's going to have a couple puffs of a vape. So you guys just bear with me a second, okay? Oh, it's not a new Subaru, this one. Are you talking about the Avalanche? Or are you talking about Justin's blue car? Well, here, while I'm vaping, let me just pull up. I guess I can talk and do this here. Okay, so let's just pull up this. Okay, so let's pull up this picture here. Okay, so that's and I'll just say allegedly. Okay, you can see kind of Daniel if you guys can see it behind the Subaru, you guys can see him right near that first window, just behind the car. So that's Daniel there in that picture. But anyways, so, Taylor had made a comment. Thank you so much. Okay, need a puff. So Taylor had said that in June, when she met up with Daniel, was at Adam's house. And you guys will know Adam from in the documents, right? It's a good friend of Daniel's, and Daniel and Adam and Lance were the two friends that they went and they went and picked up. That I think Janie said she took Daniel to go pick up a couple of friends. But anyways, it was Adam and Chance, right? Now, Chance being allegedly the person that, of course, Daniel buys the meth from, say, okay? So we've heard that and we've seen it. Well, we didn't see that part in the documents, but we see the name, the Chance lays. Now, Adam, so Taylor, sorry, getting myself back on track. Taylor had said that when she met Daniel, I think this is the first time, was at Adam's house. And because I asked her, I said, is Daniel's car a 5-speed? And she said, I don't really know. I don't know much about cars, because I asked her what she thought it was. And she goes, I don't really know. Maybe a Saturn. I'm not really sure. And she said, well, it was already parked. So meaning then Daniel's vehicle has been up and running for when? When did he get this vehicle fixed? At all. So who knows about the vehicle exactly. But Daniel made a point of saying that he went in to get the keys on the Drunk Turkey show. And then he expanded with this really odd comment and said, because we have 2 sets of keys, right? And I was wondering if, because I've showed that picture and showed keys, if that's why Daniel, again, trying to get ahead of the game. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this picture is August 23rd, but that could have been when the article came out, but not necessarily when the picture. So I'm going to have to go back to that one and see if that, because lots of times they'll use pictures, right? From interviews, and they'll usually on the news articles, they'll show updated, like from when they started to when they updated. So this picture, who knows when the exact date of this picture was actually taken, but it was in an article. I think it was August 23rd. But Taylor said that she, now that doesn't mean it's his car, because Taylor has gone AWOL as well. But I mean, come on, right? We've heard about the black car, right? And Adam and Chance, who are these people? Well, Explorer Corps, in the documents, you'll see that those are Daniel's really good. Oh, Charmaine. Oh, who's that? You guys say hi to the troll. Charmaine, sir. Allegedly. Yes, ma'am. Allegedly. Okay. Allegedly. But anyways, so you got this picture, right? That's obviously Daniel's black car right there. Now, again, Daniel likes to get ahead of the game. So let me just pull up. Let's see. I'll bring it in a better view for you guys all. Hey. Oh, there it is. Okay. So if you got, like, I have a picture of the Subaru 2010, and you can see, like, it's virtually identical, probably a couple years apart. Okay. So in that picture from the water heater, oops, 1 second. So I'll take this picture down, and then I'll bring that picture up. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, Charmaine girl. Sorry I couldn't watch any of your live today. I was working, then sleeping, and then talking, and then getting ready for live and showering and all that stuff. Okay. Right? Now, can you guys see that? Nice and clear? What? 1 second. take this down. Okay, so when I put this in AI, now it's coming back as what AI is saying this is. It's from like a Subaru Espressa or whatever called, you know, blah, 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 right? Now, does it look similar to that? Yes. Now, I know people are trying to guess, but this thing literally has a chunk load of keys on this. Okay, you can see it on the rings that are right to the left, but we don't like this was how the picture was given, right? I've been going through IT lately. We will catch up. XO. Yeah, we got to catch up, Charmaine, for sure. Right? Absolutely. And so, yeah, so it's kind of like when Daniel, for whatever reason, he says, because you know there was 2 sets of keys, right? No one would have known there was 2 sets of keys. So why did you just tell us about that? And I kind of feel like, was he mentioning that because he was trying to get ahead of the game of this picture that I put out there that people were talking about the keys? Because that's Daniel's style. That's what he does. Right? So why would he have said that on Drunk Turkey Show? It doesn't make sense. I went in the house to get keys. I instantly hopped in the vehicle. That's something you would say. You wouldn't sit there and go, you know, I went in the house to get the keys that were on the end table. And then, because, you know, we have 2 sets of keys, right? What would that matter to Drunk Turkey Show? Like, what would that even matter to him at all for him to add that in there? So that to me is another ad for whatever reason. And a part of me goes, did he say it because of the picture and people talking about these keys? Okay. They're dirty, right? Now, was Daniel's car the vehicle that went 5 or 6 times? It said approximately 6 times that night. Don't know. Don't know for sure. Prob not. But what, you know, but then we don't know. And then you see these dirty ass keys. So what were you doing? Like, did you take them? Was your vehicle used? Did you go bury the kid somewhere? And that's why you got mucky ass keys? Or is it just because you guys live in a pigsty, our pigsty, and this is just from the keys falling on the ground in the mud? But these were there that night of, right? So were they there? How long were they there for? Don't know. But like Haley said, she thought that thing that was on the water heater was strange. And then she sees these keys as well that are dirty. And it's like, well, what the fuck were you just doing in here? Right? And so obviously, you guys, I played some clips about that with Haley, and you know, that was because I said I wanted to ask you a few questions, right? Because about the drugs in the bathroom and stuff like that. So according to Haley, yes, there was. Right? Did she send me a picture of it? Or even, I don't know. Like, she didn't. Right? I don't, like, not that I know of. If so, I never got shared that picture. But that picture was not about, say, drugs. Even if people see things that could allude to it. But that picture was about the thing on the dirty keys and that thing on the water heater. And maybe it's just that she saw the dirty keys later in the picture, as much as it maybe didn't think nothing about the keys so much at the time. But it was about the noise that was coming from the bathroom. Right? So, 1 second. Image file. So this is, right? Again, if you put the cars pretty close, you know, same thing, same front end, same, you know, lights, maybe different year, but it's a 2010 Subaru Impreza, right? So according to Taylor, this was Daniel's first car. Now, this car was said not to be working, but Taylor said it was parked at Adams in in June. So March, April, May, June. So at what point did Moneybags get this fixed, right? And get it back up and running, or who knows? I'm just putting it out there because there's been so much talk about the black car in Daniel's vehicle, a 5-speed and stuff like that. These keys out there. Could it have something to do with Jack and Lily's case at all? Maybe not either. Okay. Don't know, because we just don't know what we don't know. And then this is a Subaru key thing as well, a key fob type of idea, right? Something that's similar, but again, a lot of them are different variances and stuff like that. But it's just a matter of thinking about the case, thinking about Jack and Lily. What could have happened that night? Malaya's mom did not call. CA broken. Then do you know who did? And how do you know that? I mean, of course, Daniel said it. Daniel said his own, but that's coming from Daniel, right? Didn't she? I think they all have lied. Was he hiding at Adam's house? I don't know. Who knows? Like I said, there's questions in my head. Did a third party, come in and help that night? Maybe not at all. Don't know. But I'm trying to understand why that all these inconsistencies and lies happen, right? With this whole timeline, this phone call that Daniel, isn't aware of, as he's already talking about Lily popping his head in. How could he not know that Malaya, who had the baby in her arm, wait, what? You don't know that she got out of bed? Trust me, when my husband moves out of the bed, I know he's getting up, even if I'm totally out of it. No, that's not true. There's a couple times that I've woken up and so I was like, what the fuck? Where's my husband? Right? Very few times. But most times I know when my husband's getting up. But we're talking about a TV on, Lily popping her head in out of door, him talking about a lock that woke him up. And during this time, you don't know that Malaya's made this phone call to Cindy on her messenger and that she's standing near the window, type of thing. And then again, you go to 8:48, 20 minutes later, and this phone call with Ron. And I know that we kind of went past that already. Yes, nurse. Wait, what was that? It's crime saying plasma lighters contain lithium batteries. Allegedly, Daniel has a collection of torn apart lighters. Are lithium batteries still there? They are often used in shake and bake. Well, that's just the thing, right? I believe that his batteries, I believe that the lighters and all those little things, because Malaya said, right, according to Alana, we'll just use Alana, but that she woke up and Daniel was doing drugs in the bathroom, right? So I'm pretty sure that those lighters aren't for just cigarettes and stuff like that. Probably sure that that little contraption shit that he has are all to do with probably things that have been used for his meth use and, lighters and blah, 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 blah. Shake and bake. Don't ruin my shake and bake chicken in my head, by the way. Sunny, it was like he volunteered the information that doesn't have multiple accounts. Right. Absolutely. I think that Daniel volunteers a lot because he's so, I mean, I hate to use the word moron, idiot, or stupid and stuff like that, but sometimes they're just easy words to say. So lots of times I just feel like Daniel is an idiot and he doesn't realize that the information oh, 1 second. Oh, wow. Shit. I just got really dizzy. Like I thought I was going to tip over for a sec there. Weird. It's I don't know. Anyways, so it's like, again, it's like he's adding to a storyline. that he's inserting information, that he's trying to be ahead in a sense by talking about things to us. And you just kind of are going, like, how do you not see? It's kind of like the dog thing. Like, are you going to be an idiot? Because okay, so if you're taking Daniel to be truthful, he's like, hey, you guys, guess what? This dog handler, can you believe it, you guys? This dog handler literally had the nerve to try to get a false confession of me and say this stuff to me. You see, that's how Daniel's looking at it. How the average person, the normal person, is probably looking at it during the case of 2 missing children isn't that he's telling us that because, hey, I'm just going to put all this shit out to the wind, because I know you guys don't believe this either, because Malaya has them in, but, I'm just going to tell you that the dog handler, he's sitting there trying to get a false confession out of me. And it's like, dude, thank you for letting us know that, because you telling us that lets me know that they're not buying your shit, Daniel. The reason why they're not, like, this is what I'm talking about when I say critical thinking here, okay? Because critical thinking obviously lets you look at this timeline of this narrative of the children being hidden. And critical thinking, to me, right, is telling you that they're bringing in dogs, right? That they're not going to be wasting their money. It's okay. People can make up this bullshit all they want to and say, well, they have to look at every avenue. I guess we're at the dog stage and stuff like that. Why are they at that dog stage? Right now, if you remember in that interview, the one that Charmaine did with the news, that teams, whatever it was, the teams thing is that, do you remember that one guy saying, and Charmaine, you probably might remember this too. Do you remember that one guy? I can't remember which one it was now, that said that basically when they go, it's for a reason, right? Like they're going for a reason. And I can't remember the exact wordage, but it was pretty much to say that, we go for a reason. We're not just there to, let's just fly by the seat of our pants type of thing. We're going for a reason. And the reason is because obviously, right, they're not saying to you, look, guys, okay, they are not saying to you, look we need to put out an Amber Alert, because an Amber Alert can be put out. They're not saying to you, look for a vehicle. They would be plastering and want us to plaster all this information about Jack and Lily, but that's not what they're doing, right? They're not literally sitting there acting like, you know what, we believe that these children are alive, that would be a whole different ball game of how they would be acting if they felt, which they don't, because they literally said that, right, to Lindsay in her coverage of the Globe and Mail, that they don't believe that a stranger or family members known to them. So how do these people keep twisting it that, well, you know what? It's maybe not so much family members now. Now it's to do with the jurisdiction stuff. Okay, it would have to be family members to be hiding these kids. Who the fuck else is going to hide these children then if it's not for family? You think a random ass is going to go sit there and hide these children just for, you know what, Malaya? I got your back, sis. I'm going to go sit there and hide these children for you up until the whole jurisdiction between CPS, white, and native, come into factor and stuff like that. It's ridiculous to even think that in my eyes, okay? And I'm not trying to call people stupid that believe in that. I just believe also is that I don't know how long someone's been following the case, but when you're a creator and you get tons of oodles of information in front of the scenes, behind the scenes and stuff like that, right? That's where my brain thinking comes from, is that what you guys get and what creators get can be a whole different ball of information, right? And just like when DT was talking, there's information I can say and there's information I can't. Yeah, blood sugar. Thanks, Sharon, on there. Keep forgetting I'm diabetic. But the thing is that, again, they are not focused and they are saying that they do not believe that it's stranger. There's nothing to show that there's an abduction. It's like, how many times do they have to keep saying that? that basically is telling you guys, no, the reason they're not looking into this whole hidden thing is because they obviously would have had something by now with all the moving parts. So that's what I'm talking about when I say critical thinking. Because when you look at every aspect of what's going on, what are the chances that Malaya and Daniel are so smart, or Malaya is so smart that with all these people that have knowledge of these two children that are hidden somewhere, brought to a reserve, hidden over here, whatever, that Malaya would do this for the sake of Daniel? Or, right, people are trying to now to say about the CPS, right? Like, kind of like what Kent said, right? Well, you know, Belinda, she said to Belinda that comment that she's hiding the kids or whatever from CPS, right? Like, but she was talking about Meadow, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, going back to that one. But regardless, and I do believe that Malaya was, say, afraid of, you know, CPS. You know, of course they don't want CPS on their doorstep again, right? To possibly remove the children. I get why people are thinking that, right? I get why people are trying to look at what Daniel's saying and going, ooh, yeah, that makes sense. No, the thing is that it truly doesn't make sense, though. Because you need to follow not what Daniel's saying or not what Durwood's saying. You need to follow what the police are saying. So if the police are saying that there's nothing to show that a stranger or a family member abducted those children, and Daniel, again, just to correct your ass, right? Daniel was like, well, abduction, if it's a family member, it's not considered abduction. Yes, it is. Thank you very much. Welcome back, right? So that's what I'm talking about. When you look at why were dogs brought in, well, they said that because there's a reason. Well, again, don't you think, do you honestly believe for 1 second that they're going to bring these dogs in to waste their freaking money and time and resources? Because the reason they're bringing those dogs in is to look for dead bodies. That's where they're going. Okay. It's not because they're hidden, because they wouldn't waste the resources on that if they knew that somewhere these children are being protective. Because the RCMP, they might not do things right all the time, just like all of us. We necessarily don't do things that we're proud of or do things right, or hindsight tells us 2020. But do you honestly think that Malaya is going to get past everyone? RCMP, Major Crimes Unit, all these special people that were brought in to investigate the case, and that somehow Malaya and these family members all outsmarted. And not only that, but in Daniel's story, it goes to the blanket, not necessarily the footprint so much, because I know that Daniel probably doesn't even think that those belong to the whole case, right? But the blanket, right? He's gotten, you know, trying to believe that Haley planted that blanket, went into the garbage can after she was there, after the fact of the RCMP and searchers being there, that Haley somehow dug her hand down in there, pulled that blanket, or the fact that Cheryl was probably told from Malaya that it was hanging on the freaking rail, probably is the truth there, right? But this blanket gets put into it, and it's being told that they're trying to pin Daniel. But wait, what was Daniel's statement again? She's trying to blame me for everything so she doesn't get in trouble. So Daniel's like, you what, bitch? Yeah, you left my ass, you know, and all that stuff. Now, you know what? I know that the blanket was planted, but I'm just going to direct all it your way now, Malaya. But guess what, Malaya? Shh, you didn't have anything to do with it. I know I didn't have anything to do with it. I know Malaya didn't have anything to do with it. I know Janie didn't have. Yeah, the same three people that you're saying didn't have anything to do with it are the three people that are on the property that probably actually have the knowledge of what happened to Jack and Lily. But Daniel's on a mission to, you know, control Malaya. I'm going to direct the shit all your way, Malaya. You know what? Because we both know that we need to shut up. I don't believe that Malaya is working with the RCMP. I've thought about this, and information, coming in and stuff like that. I don't believe that Malaya is working with the RCMP at all. I think that she gets certain information, right? So I'm not into this whole blood relative and that Malaya is some sort of special person that's getting this. I think because the reason why I don't think that, well, is many reasons, but one of the main reasons is because if Malaya knew like as part of it, right? And she's giving information because Malaya would have to have known about this, like meaning you cannot live on this property and not know that something happened to your children, right? And your cockamamie bullshit timeline and stuff like that, we'll blow that out the window. And if we're looking at it from a cover up kind of stance, right? Well, again, Malaya would know what vehicle was driven. If there's a dead body odor, it's going to be in that vehicle, right? Mind you, then you start thinking about Brian Koberger and the whole cleanup thing. But anyways, right? So you start thinking that Malaya would have all this vital information, and it would just be maybe a matter of finding the bodies, like where they are. But that's not what we're hearing, and that's not what we're seeing, right? And it's mostly that's not what we're hearing at all. And Wade, and right, is a good thing of saying all three of them are a bunch of liars. They know they should be looking 20 kilometers this way for the bodies type of idea, right? What do you think he's saying that? Because that would mean to tell you because they're not buying Malaya's bullshit. So all this stuff about Malaya. So I don't believe for 1 second anymore that Malaya is working with RCMP, right? I don't think someone asked me if I think that Malaya put out this statement and that RCMP okayed it and something like that. No, the statement came out because Please Bring Me Home asked Malaya, to put out a statement. You'd have to be a fool to not do that and not look fucking guilty if you didn't do something like that. Because everything to find your kids, right, Malaya? Everything to find those kids. Right, Daniel? Oh, anyway, Daniel's too busy thinking about relationships instead. But you know what? I'm still searching those woods weeks later. But Charmaine, guess what? Cindy has something to do with those children. No. That was him trying to sell Charmaine on the BS. And she walked away from that conversation going, this guy's full of shit. He's fucking taking me for a fool. Right? And everything in those messages was about how much I can put Malaya down and how great I am. Right? The only thing he missed saying on that interview was, yeah, you ran through water, but you held back, Daniel. I admire that resistance there, that you didn't say what you said to Charmaine about that you were almost impaled, by a stick and could have died twice as you were running through the water. You kind of held back on that, right? And so, again, Daniel has been spewing this whole big narrative, never to the news until recently. Why? I'll tell you why. Again, Daniel, right? He was starting to build up this self-esteem. You ever notice in his original interviews? What, Daniel? Quit stuttering. Shut the fuck up, dude. Like he's stuttering, right? Okay, I can understand that. You're in front of a camera. You're probably bullshitting them. You're nervous, right? You're stuttering. And that's how I'm just taking a look of it from a Mr. Narcissistic point of view. Okay. And then as time goes on and through these interviews, you ever notice all of a sudden, I can handle anything now. Bring it on. Come on, interviews. Come on. 1, 2. You know what? Who do I want to interview me today? Who is special enough that I want them to interview me? Wait a second. Got something juicy here, people. Okay. And you see his confidence built as he's doing these interviews, right? And that's what I saw with Daniel with the Drunk Turkey show. It's all of a sudden now he feels like he has a place to sell his bullshit, and more confidence was coming out. And the more he was feeling that, the more information that was oozing out of his lips. Let me just add in about the laundry. Let me just add in, about the lock on the door. Let me just tell you about the keys, because everyone, the 2 keys, right, Daniel, that everyone knows about. But no, wait, what? So all of these things. And you saw almost like this freaking puff of the chest going, well, since the documents came out, you guys all know I'm innocent now, right? Because obviously I passed a 4-question lie detector test, right? And did it, okay, whatever. I get it. I get the fact that all 6 people have said that theirs was truthful to all of them. There was 2 people that had different questions, which was Daniel and Malaya, meaning from the redacted documents, right? You can see that the questions for Daniel are longer and Malaya's are shorter of that. But Then all of a sudden his chef started plus. I was like, well, now if you guys don't believe me, I just don't know what to think, because obviously the polygraph test is the end all to be all to show you. Now, other than the words, the statements in those things, I don't give two flying flipping ass about their statements in the thing anymore, because it's just more inconsistent bullshit. We don't know what to believe. So the stuff that I'm reading in those documents are just their words that they're saying anyway. So what do I go back to then? We go back to whatever digital data is showing us. And so there's some polygraph tests. Cut away the rest of the shit. And that's just them saying their own BS to cover their own asses. Right? And that's why they can't even stay consistent. They tried to tell a consistent story, but their inconsistency was so clear as day that they couldn't get their shit together, is what it comes across like. Okay. And that's why, for me, again, if you can't make sense of a timeline and you're trying to say that, oh, you're all freaking dozing off and do-si-do, and Janie's like, oh yeah, my memory's failing me. I sat in the trailer for 10 minutes before, I thought, you know what, let me just go check and see what's going out there. Right? Daniel, he runs up to the woods. Janie says that you can see that fort and from there, like that you can see, like the not the fort with the ladder, but the little fort in the woods type of thing up top there. And Janie's like, and you can see them from here type of thing. Great. So if you can see them from there, Janie, then Daniel sure as fuck can tell you when a vehicle is coming onto your property, and know that Malaya, and can see Malaya also, because it was a 30-second jaunt, people, right? 30 seconds. And if Janie says that you can see the kids from like where her trailer is to the little fort, then how the fuck doesn't Daniel see this vehicle come up onto the property and whisk suddenly Lily and Jack away? And then whatchamacallit, Janie is sitting there going, like, come on, Jackie boy, I would have heard that. Come on, Jackie boy. Come on, Jackie boy. But when I walked out there 10 minutes after Daniel yelling for the kids, because Malaya was just doing nothing besides picking her nose and eating her shit type of thing, according to Daniel, basically, right? Everything that could make Malaya look bad, he did. Right? Now, again, some people can sit there and say, well, he's doing that because, she's at some point in the morning, who knows when, somehow got these children off the property. Again, when, Daniel? Was it when you were doing drugs in the middle of the night? Was it during the sleep time when you're not asleep? When would Malaya have got these kids off the property? Because it sure in the hells didn't happen in any part of that timeline, right? Janie hears the kids. So on a phone call, 8:52. She says she goes inside her trailer. She's looking over Facebook and falls asleep. What do you think she did? Fell asleep for fucking 7 minutes? 20 minutes? Right? So these kids are at some point after 9 that she's claiming to have heard these children, right? Daniel's barely in a sleep. Ron's just called. Malaya, who knows? So because of Janie's timeline there, it leaves a small gap of a window of when a vehicle could have came and taken Jack and Lily, according to them, right? Because there's no other time that they're trying to give where this gap happened, that Malaya somehow snuck out of the house, got past Janie, right? Hey, dogs bark at anything. Her dog is known to be a barker. We hear that multiple times, right? She says she was woken up by her dog, the kids playing in the thing, right? Laughing and giggling. Okay, this is why this is all BS to me. They can't decide if they're asleep, awake, asleep. Lily comes in the room, lock freaking goes off and stuff like that, inserting about shit about laundry and keys and Yoplait cups and yogurt cups, and there was nothing moved, and Malaya stuff. Daniel is just projecting. And why do I think Daniel is projecting? Because I think that statement is going to be accurate when Daniel, a few days after, says to the reporter, she's trying to blame everything on me. Why would Malaya do that? Right? is that Daniel, being the full-blown narcissist that I feel like he is, trying to cover up because the children or children that perhaps hypothetically died because of something that he had done, right? And that's why he keeps projecting it towards Malaya, because she ends up leaving his ass, probably knows the truth, probably knows that they're going to lose Meadow, right? Probably a bunch of covering up going on here. And that's hence why these faulty timelines, in my opinion. And that, again, that Daniel's saying that because he's trying to twist it. He twists everything. Everything you see about Daniel, he twists it back on somebody else. He twists the neighbor on somebody else. He twists Malaya on everything. Everything Daniel deflects from not being anything to do with him. So when Daniel makes a statement like that, like she's trying to blame everything on me, it's probably because you are to blame for something, in my opinion. And again, then I think it boils down to cover up Meadow, and panicking and holy fuck. And who knows? Who knows what the truth lies in there? But I feel like the truth lies in that time frame between 12 to time the police were called, right? So again, their own timeline, 8 to 8:30, right? Daniel says in some interviews that he got up right after. He didn't hear any noise. Again, he would never go back to that 8 to 8:30 timeline. Instead, the timeline that's being shoved down our throats is 9:40 to 10:01, right? Which doesn't make sense. And because they're not the brightest people in the world, that the timeline doesn't make sense at all. And so, like I said, but Daniel has said, within 20 minutes, okay? Again, Kent's always trying to like talk about the timeline and stuff like that. And, justifying, if I say white, Kent says black, right? Type of thing. And, he's kind of being devil's advocate, but he also believes that the children are hidden. So he'll see things differently. I don't believe the children are hidden. I don't believe that the cops believe the children are hidden. Why? Based on their own actions. So am I going to believe Daniel and Darren, who have added bullshit to the case and what's the word I want to use? Enlarged the fabrication of where Malaya was standing and all that stuff, just to and about Janie hushing that she hushed the kids and then take that back, even though she told Belinda that, right? This is all what I call a bunch of bullshit. So in my opinion, Earl there is probably fed up with watching the bullshit that's going on with Jack and Lily's case. And he's like, come on, Earl, dude, seriously, come on, shed some more light on Jack, whatever it is, if it's in favor of your son, against your son, whatever, I think that Earl's getting tired of the bullshit of what he's seeing here going on with Jack and Lily. And he knows the truth of more what was happening on that property and stuff like that. Right. But hey, no, don't want to put words in his mouth, but I don't take it as it's about, that, stop talking about family members. Right. I've always heard that Earl and Justin are more soft people, very much more soft. So again, Darren can put all out whatever he thinks. And I totally believe that Darren believes that the children are this. I don't believe that Daniel believes it. I believe that Darren believes it. Okay. And I can't fault the man if he feels like that on that the children are hidden and for whatever reasons. But the story keeps growing, and it's like trying to put a puzzle piece together. And then now it's becoming about the jurisdiction and why the children are hidden and all that stuff. And yet there's so many other things, unfortunately, can't really talk about that veer off to not being the case, right? So that really just comes back to more inside information that I can't really talk about, but it's in my head and it doesn't make sense. And so even that adds more to why I don't believe in this whole hidden thing. But, again, people are going to be like, well, let me put this to this to this to this to this to this to this, or how about the fact that something happened, it was an accident, and it went like this to, holy fuck, we got to cover up our asses, which takes maybe a few steps versus over here, right? Huge difference. But looking at it logically, that's not where the police are taking this investigation. They're going to, of course, tell you that they're looking at all avenues. Of course, they're going to say that. That is like that spitting thing that comes out of their mouth, no matter what case you're following, when we're looking at all avenues. Okay. So that part, I just instantly, yeah, thanks. Okay. BS, whatever. Of course, they're going to say that. I'm looking at what they're doing and what they're not doing. And what they're not doing anymore is believing this cockamamie bullcrap about being hidden. Okay? There's nothing to show for it. All the data that they could have gotten probably off that information by movement, by tracking devices, all that shit. Okay? Just think of all the moving parts. And then they bring in cadaver dogs to go, you know what? We're just going to fly 2 dogs out on a whim just to come look for, I don't know, dead bodies. Right? If they were, honestly, if they believe that the children were hidden, this wouldn't be happening about the dogs at all. They're not going to bring in dogs to look for dead bodies while they think that 2 children are hidden. And Daniel, in his interview, as you guys noticed, he's like, well, if you had my way, they should be looking over here, at Malaya, what I'm trying to tell them the whole time. No, it's what you're trying to sell us the whole time. Amen, Sonny. Fucking I need a drink and a vape. That's what I need. Okay. Now let's see. Okay. Now. So you guys, I can talk about this shit all day long because the inconsistencies drive me crazy, and the timeline and Daniel's stuff that he's been doing. I think that Daniel and Janie should shut the fuck up, honestly, in the nicest way possible to say that. Not real. Well, kind of. Meaning they're just doing more damage. And after this last stint with all the stuff with Taylor and all the stuff, dude, honestly, how you can even look at yourself in the mirror after that information coming, and there's more that coming out during the sake of Jack and Lily missing, how fucking utterly disgusting and embarrassing that you literally are such a narcissist and you can't keep your dick in your pants, that you need to have someone telling you how wonderful you are, how great you are, how amazing you are. Because again, you need to feed the egos, right? And that's exactly. So Daniel just can't help himself, right? He just can't help himself. To me, he can't help himself that he's sitting there lying and bullshitting us, because Daniel just so does it naturally that, to me, a lie detector test ain't going to pick up his shit, because he just believes his own shit. He has no self-awareness. He doesn't understand that he's giving us information he shouldn't be telling to us. And he's making it seem like he's telling it to us because it's making him look more innocent. Well, that's what I say. Yeah, I need a drink. Talk amongst yourselves. I only got to stay on for about 5-10 more minutes. Jen, do you mean like hidden, like dead hidden? Right? The next logical step is to bring in the dogs. It's not the logical. The information, however that guy worded it, but it was like the information, given is basically why we're bringing the dogs in. The information given, right? It's like they can't tell you, but it's like those little tidbits of nuggets that they give you, which says a lot, but without saying everything. And as for the RCMP, say that they are open to all possibilities. Well, they have to really say that though, because at the end of the day, to the public, we don't know what the fuck went on for sure. They certainly have an idea, but they're not going to say that to the public. They're going to say they're all open to it. Like, that's a common sentence. So that was why that one, that's like saying we're keeping everything close to the vest, right? That's the same thing. We're open to all possibilities. That's just a common statement by police, whether it's United States, here, whatever. And the bungled the case theory, perhaps. I think that they definitely probably have hindsight to go what we should have done versus what they actually did do. And I think that's just from probably inexperience, but I think that they brought in very high quality people to come look at the case, type of thing, like very qualified people to come look at the case. And these people aren't idiots, right? And I totally believe that the walls are closing in, and it's just a matter of time. That's the impression I'm personally getting. I think he does understand. Well, Jenzy, I think, see, no, it's like, I think he knows that he's lying, like he knows the truth, but just naturally a narcissistic person, because of the disorders, right? Like, they wouldn't see it as playing games. They see it as them being truthful, and we would call it brain fuckery. So I think that Daniel is quite unaware of the perception, as I think that in his own ass mind, Daniel believes all the bullshit that he's saying because he's just a natural liar. And that's the thing, right? Is you have, like, trying to think of it from the perspective. And again, I learned a lot when I came across an extremely bad narcissistic person. Bad. But that's the thing, is that the games that he's playing, Daniel doesn't think that he's playing games. Even Daniel's inconsistencies, Daniel doesn't recognize his inconsistencies. All I see is Daniel manipulating, because that's how he does things. He just like manipulating Malaya, right? To talk to family members or push them away. Even though Malaya is choosing to do that herself, Daniel's still manipulating, right? By his tactics still, But yeah, so like I said, for me, however you guys want to see it is totally up to you. I don't see the truth being told, and if the truth's not being told, it's because 2 children are dead, and they're trying to cover that up, because this isn't how one deals with the truth when you're talking about 2 missing kids. This type of game playing that's going on is not how, if you're telling the truth, things would go. And you don't make comments like, well, we could be looking for them forever, and I'll keep looking for them to the end of time, because that's a promise I made to Malaya, that I would take care of her and the kids. Oh, fuck off. Yeah, you controlling, whatever. But how many times now has he said that, well, we might never know answers, right? No. A positive person is always saying, no, children are alive, until something says otherwise, right? You're going to have hopeful thinking as a parent. Now, realistic to the public, they're going to be like, dude, your kids are dead, okay? Like, they're not. Because that's how, again, the different perception. But to a family member, they might have that gut instinct that something happened to them if they're being genuine. But they're always going to be, like Seth Rogers' case with Sebastian Rogers. He always chooses to remain that, no, Sebastian's alive. Until something says different, Sebastian's alive, right? So I understand that thinking, but I'm looking at what the police are doing and saying, and they're not saying that they believe that these children are hidden at all. Like, they're not. In fact, they basically laughed at Darren. You might as well just say that. That's why they put in that little clipping, when that 20-second clipping. Canadian Cat Lady, good morning. Raven Star. Sunny Raven, Sunny Star, click off the notification bell and reset. Oh, okay. Didn't get a notification. That's what I say. I mean, that's my opinion personally. Is TikTok. I mean, Jack and Lily deserve the answers, regardless of anything, right? And I just have a problem that if I'm following a case, and I mean, how many times can we put up their pictures and keep talking about Jack and Lily? Because this case is about Jack and Lily. So what Daniel is saying and doing is relevant to how this case is being perceived with Jack and Lily, right? He is not self-aware. He is not a self-aware narcissist. No, he's not. He's has no self-awareness of all of a narcissist. He is like, he wouldn't call himself a narcissist, right? Even though when he was talking to me, he's like, well, even if I'm a narcissist, and I know he said that word because I'm always calling him that, right? But a narcissist isn't self-aware of the bullshit that they're putting out there. They don't have self-awareness of themselves at all, because they're too busy believing in the bullshit that they're saying, that they have no perception of what other people, how other people see them. Mm-hmm. You know, of course I would love to be wrong. I would love to be wrong, but I'm kind of one of those ones that, for me, in Sebastian's case, it's like, you know, yeah, there's hope because Sebastian's older and there's hope out there. But to be honest with you, the chances are very low that Sebastian is fine. But there's more hope because of the fact of he was 15 years old when he disappeared, and maybe he'll come out somewhere 10 years later, 15 years later, like some people have. Jack and Lily, no. Yeah, do I hope I'm wrong? Yeah, absolutely. That would be the best present ever. But it's just logically and realistically, it doesn't flow with how these type of cases go. And it's, again, the whole hidden thing would be considered a conspiracy theory versus logic. And the logic of it is, like, Daniel's losing about the true stuff with Daniel and all that stuff, right? And that there's nothing to show, and that the police don't believe, and they're using these words like there's no criminal, activity yet, is what they said at that point. But in saying that, again, I'm looking at it from a standpoint of, well, what are the police exactly doing? Why would that dog handler say that, to Daniel? There's a reason for that being said. There's a reason why the dogs were brought in. There's a reason why they don't believe, Darren's and that's bullshit about the children being hidden. I'm sure it was something that was definitely looked into, and then they realized that that was a line of crap going nowhere. That's why Daniel keeps trying to insist now and using the interviews as, you know what? I know 100% that they're alive. Because now he's trying to gain favors. He's now because I recall saying, like, because it's been said with Daniel, okay, and this is a Daniel style. We have been saying for a while now, right? And Malaya saying that as well in her messages to me, right? Why is Daniel blaming me and saying things different than what he said into his statement? Exactly, Daniel. But now Daniel's trying to use the news to his benefit, okay? And that's exactly Daniel. Again, he's playing a game that he thinks that he's smart, and he thinks that he's that smartest guy in the room, because he doesn't understand that we're exactly aware, or at least most people are aware of exactly what he's doing. But Daniel's not aware. Daniel actually believes that he is selling his bullshit and stuff like that. And he's always trying to convince me, wouldn't you stay away from me if I was saying this bullshit about you? That I believe that there's allegedly your involvement in it, because you're lying and you can't tell the truth, and 2 children are missing and you're doing all this bullshit. But no. Right? It's like trying to shake a dog off your leg that's trying to hump it. It's just, that's how I feel about Daniel. It's like, Daniel, Quit talking to me. I don't believe you. And I keep giving him shit. He's probably wishing I was the mother that he never had. And I was thinking about that the other day, actually. Let me tell you, Daniel, I'll tell you this right now. If you were my child, you'd probably be an absolutely freaking pretty much normal child with lots of love, lots of care. You wouldn't have to have fended through all these weird shit stuff going on in your life and feel the need to, wear this mask and bullshit, Lots of love, lots of care, just like what children need, right? But I still think that Daniel and Janie are two, peas in a pod, for sure. But maybe Daniel keeps backing me, mommy, Sonny, talk to me, I know. I see these. So I don't think that Daniel's like it's not like he's ignorant and stupid to what he's doing, but I think that the true Daniel underneath knows the truth about who they are, that they are wearing a mask, but it comes from insecurities. Okay, what insecurities made someone develop these personality disorders, right? And I'm just saying hypothetical, because obviously, right, we don't know exactly what's going on with Daniel, but to me, he's a clear-ass narcissist, right? But it stems from insecurities. And so where did this low self-esteem come from? Was he born with it and then nurture became into nurturing and nature type of thing? And that, Daniel's lifestyle growing up, was he overshadowed by Justin, right? And Justin was getting the attention and Daniel wasn't, was Daniel picked on in school? Just different things. But it's from low self-esteem. It's just that you do not want to be at the butt end of a narcissist in your life, right? And I think Daniel knows that he's fucked up because he kind of virtually said that to me in those words, right? That he knows that he's got issues and he's fucked up. But again, are you really going to, I'm just going to say that, are you really going to sit there and go, you know what, just cuff me now? You're right. We did something. Or are you going to try to cover it up and, wait for answers to come? But are you going to really think on yourself, risk losing Meadow and stuff like that? That's just how I see it. And it's not because I'm just blind, right? I know when Daniel from the Drunk Turkey Show talks, is that it's like he's talking as if, and I feel like sometimes maybe it's directed at me too, but as if I'm so biased to the information. Thing is, I'm not biased to the information at all. It's, again, I don't just sit here and go, let me believe that Daniel and Malaya have knowledge of what happened to Jack and Lily or had something to do with Jack and Lily. It's not like I just start off thinking that. I'm going, that was a weird interview by Malaya. Okay, looks like Daniel's whatever. And then when the whole hidden stuff, again, started morphing out and stuff, I'm looking at it. At one point, if you guys remember, I was like, people actually were getting mad at me because I was flip-flopping like a fish, when I was listening to, what's that reader's name again? Shit, can't think of it all of a sudden. But anyways, and then, so we watch her and I'm like, that's it. I'm like, you guys, that's it, right? This makes sense. This makes sense that Malaya, put the kids in a vehicle and that's why her actions are that of somebody that doesn't seem like they're missing two children and, da-da-da-da-da. But then there came the point where you had to start thinking about it and trying to put it into a proper order perspective on why would this be done? Why would Malaya do this? Why is there a pink blanket in the trees? Why is Daniel not telling the truth? Why, right? I mean, Darren literally came on the live saying the reason Daniel told me that the reason he lied about the blanket is because he felt like it was planted against him and da-da-da-da-da, right? Now, we don't still know the truth, right, to all this. But the thing is that when you apply the logic of what the police are saying, right? Even I know that they're saying about no criminality at this time, based upon July 16th. Okay? That was based upon July 16th. That doesn't mean that more information wasn't gained and that they brought out the dogs. That dog handler said that for a reason, blah, 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 blah. But it's just that when you apply the logic to it, of it all, why? People can easily say that I believe that they're hidden. Great. Tell me exactly in their timeline then when these children managed to get into a vehicle, at what point that nobody else on the property would have seen this, and then who took them and for what purpose. Because now we're at the point where we're trying to shovel this whole jurisdiction with CPS, and people are going, well, that makes sense. No, it doesn't make sense, because the only thing you can make sense of with that is that somehow this wouldn't have anything to do with Daniel. It would be about Malaya not wanting the children to be taken away from her. So we're going to tuck them away in a corner until some jurisdiction is decided between the CPS and that. You honestly think that Malaya was that smart? That she was like, you know what? I think I'm going to, I want to leave Daniel a few times now, but you know what? Let's do it today, because I feel like we're going to have this in the courts with this whole CPS battle and stuff. No. Okay. It's just a bunch of noise and shit that people are trying to stick like fucking bubblegum to make sense. But it's not realistic. Right. And again, I'll be a monkey's uncle if it ever turned out that I would have to eat my own freaking shit and that these children are hidden. But the thing is, again, the RCMP are not showing that. Like Kent can justify things till he's blue in the face, and all that stuff. But again, I like to go, for me, I just like to stay down the line of normalcy and not conspiracy shit that would take a lot of moving parts, and the fact that the RCMP aren't showing signs that these children are being hidden somewhere, and that they would have issued an Amber Alert if they felt like anything to do with COVID pass, and that there was some information that even directed it that way. You see, basically Darren and Daniel are kind of basically going around saying, you know what? Especially Darren, we know where the kids are. They're safe. But you know what? They're better off there, so I am not saying shit. Again, you think that Darren's smarter than the freaking group of 13, those 13 investigators, that somehow he managed to figure it all out because he has an inside track? The RCMP have the inside track. Why? Because they have access to all the freaking digital data information and so much more. Right? Whereas Darren, yeah, you can talk to people if you believe them or not, and So it's crazy and absurd to think that Darren is outsmarting the Major Crimes Unit, RCMP, and all those bright ass people that they brought in to investigate this, but that Darren pretty much knows where they are, right? 100% Daniel says that they're alive. Great. Exactly. Back up your shit with facts then, Daniel. Receipts. Back it up. He can't back it up. But what we can back up is the fact that Daniel and Malaya both were in control of Jack and Lily that morning, right? Because people could, just like Kent, he's going to say the same thing, right? That, or Sonny, we can say the same thing about you if we don't have, okay? Difference is, okay? There's lying going on here, okay? From Daniel. So if Daniel believes that Malaya is lying and stuff like that, why is he being inconsistent with his stories? And why is he adding all this new bullshit to it and all that stuff? Why is it that a lot of them can't seem to tell the truth about a timeline, and all that? Why did Malaya go off and truly hide, in a sense, and not come out of the woodworks? Some people, like I said, even myself included. Okay, well, does she have these actions of not giving a shit because she knows that the children are alive? Absolutely, that's played in my head. But I can, right? Because in your head, you're trying to understand, how could a mother act like she doesn't give two flying fucks about her kids disappearing, and then sit there and put out this letter like, they're sent and all that stuff. It's just hard to absorb, these actions. And so, like I said, it's like muddying the waters is an understatement. I feel like Daniel is doing to this case. Why? Because there's something to hide. Why is Malaya doing what she's doing? Well, I don't believe she's working with the RCMP, but she'd probably be smart to if they have knowledge of Jack and Lily, but I don't want it just to seem like I got to a point where I've just always been, thinking that, that I'm one-sided, one point of view. It's because the other views, looking at them myself, just seems so much more unrealistic to what is a normalcy, sadly to say, that parents do shit to their kids. And that this is a very common thing. It is not common that someone takes the children and hides them and waits for a jurisdiction. That is not a normal scenario. But we could look up cases all day long about the children that have been murdered, put in suitcases, all these different things all day long, and that the parents are lying to cover up. Those are a dime a dozen. So am I going to believe in the dime a dozen? That's a natural occurrence that we hear about all the time of people trying to take away from the fact that they took out their own children's lives for selfish reasons because they didn't want them, because some boyfriend didn't want the kids around, because they couldn't handle being a mother and all that stuff. Or are we really going to believe that the children and were taken off this property in this small bit of timeline, that Malaya's family had hid them, and that they're doing it? And nothing to do with Daniel, obviously, but they're trying to blame Daniel, right? But this is all to do about jurisdiction and CPS. Again, why would you need to blame Daniel then? Why would you need to blame Daniel at all? It's a matter of hiding the children from CPS, right? So for a jurisdiction. So how does he say that Malaya is blaming him for everything and stuff like that, right? Because it wouldn't be about Daniel. But Daniel, of course, is making it about Daniel. So it's kind of like, how can you say one thing, right? And not only say that, but always twist and turn it about Malaya. No, Malaya has nothing to do with it. Wait, no, Malaya knows exactly who drove the children away. No, wait, Cindy had some. No, wait, her friends had some. No, wait, right? And that's all we're hearing. So tell me to your own ears that sounds normal, to keep hearing the different shit inserted. And then to think that somebody that seems to not be able to tell the truth. So are you going to believe the RCMP? Right? If they're saying that there's no stranger or family member abduction, right? That there's no signs to show that, which they keep making that clear. Or are you going to believe a liar? Are you going to believe somebody who has an invested interest in making you believe that he had no part of any of this? So I'm not going to choose to believe a bunch of liars versus RCMP who's trying to find answers for Jack and Lily and watching them do what they're going to do. I don't give a shit about Daniel's polygraph test. It's already been proven that, right, that they can sit there and have 4 questions asked. Daniel, I believe, passed. Who knows? I don't know Malaya well enough. Daniel stands out like a sore thumb. Now, did Malaya pass her 4 questions? It does seem highly unlikely that both people are going to pass if they're both being deceptive, right? But again, it really depends on the questions that they're asked, right? So if the questions that they ask are still truthful to them, it's going to be a pass, right? So it depends on those questions that were truly asked, right? Like if they're saying something to Malaya, like, do you believe somebody in your family took these children? Well, no, she doesn't, because she knows that they died from a drug overdose. Like it depends what the questions were. The 8:30 phone. Okay, I'm just gonna look at a couple more, and then guys, I really gotta go. 1 second, need a drink too. The 8:30 phone call from Malaya to Cindy was to see where she was at. Her ETA for arrival that morning, or a planned call made when the coast is clear. Again, thumper. That's great to say that, but that's not really explaining the full story of why you feel like that's the case. What is the reasoning behind hiding these kids? Daniel, this has nothing, the CPS part would have nothing to do with Daniel at all. So that's what I'm saying. It's easy for me to say what you're saying as well, right? That this was all a plan. Malaya was trying to call her mom, and stuff like that. Now, Haley had already told me that she saw her mom arrived, or stepmom, sorry. Her stepmom arrived a few minutes after her. Right? Now, people are going to twist that and be like, well, she's part of the family. Of course, she would lie too, and blah, 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 blah. Right? And stuff like that. But again, what's there to back up this whole hidden thing? Where does the story have an ending? Right? At what point does this have anything to do with Daniel? For if Malaya did this? This has nothing to do with Daniel, keeping Daniel away from the kids. So then it only becomes about a jurisdiction thing, right? So Daniel keeps saying that Malaya is trying to blame him and all that stuff. And yet he's sitting there pointing the fingers at her the whole time. But yet, what does she need to do it for? She doesn't need to hide the children, but first and foremost, Daniel would have no part of this. She doesn't need to hide the children from Daniel. She doesn't need Daniel's permission to take the kids away. But 5 months later, what is the end goal? What is the end goal? Because obviously Haley planted a blanket, to blame Daniel, or Malaya did, he said, then Haley. And they're all planting the blanket but what is the end goal of this? Because Daniel would have nothing to do with the jurisdiction part. He has no claim on those kids. So why would she need to do that? I could see her hiding them for her own self, right? If she was trying to hide them away because of the jurisdiction by herself. Like if I was even though I still don't buy it, that could make sense. But the whole thing is that that's not what's just being said. What's being said is that the blanket was planted, that the tops were taken, and that Malaya is trying to blame Daniel. So how can those two things make sense together? Because they can't. They can't make sense together. There's no way Malaya is going to be like, let me think about this. You know what? I'm going to hide the kids in somebody's home with CPS till the jurisdiction's decided for it. But I'm going to think ahead of the plan, and I'm going to plant things against Daniel to make it seem like he did something to Jack and Lily while I veer off here hiding the kids because of a CPS jurisdiction. It doesn't make sense at all. It's stupid, honestly, to even entertain that thought. Like when I'm saying that thought, I'm talking about to entertain the difference about Malaya hiding these kids because of CPS versus blaming it on Daniel. That doesn't make sense at all. Well, I don't think that they trust each other. Good darn pop. The children may have reminded Malaya of the father of the children. She could have hurt them, which means the baby would also be in danger. Yeah, that's going to the extreme again, though, Tips. Like I said, things do not usually go that astray in a case. It's thoughts for sure. But no, I can't see that at all. I think that maybe Malaya could have done something to the kids if they were a freaking hindrance on them both. And they just freaking were tired of, living their shit life with a couple of maybe what they would consider a pain in the ass kids. Like I could see something like that, perhaps. Right. Well, and right, because he's saying that he's following the facts, right? But so am I. And the facts is that they brought in dogs and that they, right? So I get what he's saying. I get that stuff. But he says a lot of things that Daniel says. Why does he say that? Well, because he feels like, well, if these documents are saying that there's no criminal element at this, at this time, right? and he's trying to stretch the word wander. I get that as well. But his, like, besides the suck ups that are up, I see up in the channel for him, Lori McNutt, just calling you a spade on that one. That's another disgusting thing. Sorry, Lori McNutt, because you're a fucking nut, okay? That's why your name is Lori McNutt. Besides her trashing me, I don't give a shit. But you guys see her trying to trash the whole Belinda GoFundMe thing for helping Belinda? Well, what does, like, like I said, you want to talk about slimy douchebags, right? Let's talk about Lori McNutt. And Lori McNutt, I hope you hear this, because you're a slimy, slinky slug, whatever. So as she's sitting there sucking up Daniel's DT's ass, with her donations and stuff, and it's like, and here at the same time, she's like, why would anyone want to basically, ask for money for a GoFundMe? Well, why don't you shut the fuck up, and all those donations that you're giving to DT, why don't you split them in half and help Belinda with donations for everything that will cost behind, because she's not money bags, Belinda. And of course it gets very costly. So although she's getting pro bono, she's almost like had to humiliate, what she would do is humiliate herself to ask for help from the public if they could help with the costs of what could potentially be expensive. She's not trying to hoard money, but Lori McNutt and others in there, but I'll use Lori McNutt because she's a fucking nut bar. Okay. So, but she's literally putting out there those comments about that, purposely putting out those comments. Really, Lori? Because I think it was explained multiple times, right? About the fact of why Belinda would be asking for the donations for the GoFundMe for the things that are beyond her control costs that aren't covered by the pro bono, right? And so, like I said, it's not like Belinda's money bags there that just has thousands of dollars for any of these things that are going to come up. So that's why it's like at as things come up and costs come out, whether it's $500, $300, $6,000, not 6,000, but you know what I'm saying? I like DT's DT's logical. I don't agree with him at all on this case. Me and him know that. Right? We have two different sides and stuff like that. So as a person, love DT, letting him let people constantly slam me in his life. Maybe that one I'm not so fond of, because I wouldn't allow that here. If I kept seeing that. So knowing that Durwood and whatever these douches can keep spewing all their hate and shit like that towards others, and they can say whatever they want. I think that's a little bit biased, if you ask me. But hey, it's his channel. He can do what he wants. I don't give a fuck. I think DT's a great guy as a human being and a person. I might not agree with his whole Daniel Martell theory of believe in Daniel and all this shit. Like I said, and I know he'll disagree with me on this, but this channel's watched it from the start. We were there every time Daniel made his moves. Now, I think it's fair to have different thoughts out there. Absolutely. Right. If people want to believe in what, Daniel DT's things, absolutely. Go right ahead. Right. They want to believe that the children are dead and that the family members did something. Go right ahead. If you want to believe that they walkied off, and stuff like that. And some maybe bear scared them away or something like that. Go right ahead. Right. Because at the end of the day, it's still people talking about the case, bringing awareness, giving people multiple thoughts and stuff like that, but I just think it was really disgusting for Lori McNutt bar there to literally purposely bring up that, because that's her little safe space in there. Because you couldn't say that shit in this live without me fucking kicking you out as fast as you came in. Right. She purposely did that, right? Because she's not a dumbass, but she's not smart ass either. Besides her stupid comments. But it's like trying to shit on Belinda is what it is. It's trying to shit on Belinda and put out there to the public, right? And Daniel DT, he didn't know the facts properly of it either. Because even when Daniel DT was talking about it, it almost came out like, hey, I'm just going to tell the truth. I mean, I don't know why she would be asking, or I don't know why she's asking for money type of thing. But apparently, it's going to be a GoFundMe. And he didn't even have the actual facts behind that, to even say about, what it was for. But it almost came off like a little bit of a slight towards Belinda is how it felt when I heard him talk about it. But like I said, then McNutt Bar there is trying to propagate people. Like, why does she need money? She's got a pro bono lawyer. I don't know. Why don't you just shut up the fuck up, empty your bank account into Drunk Turkey Show's channel, with all your donations that you keep doing, shut your pie hole up. And so instead of giving money or helping out, say, Belinda, right? She wants to trash on Belinda. So she's giving money, and no offense to Drunk Turkey. So she's giving money to a creator, for hosting a show. But she somehow finds it offensive that the grandmother is asking for help of 2 missing children. Right? That's like when people would donate lip gloss funds to me over the fact of when you're asking for donations to truly help somebody else out. And they're willing to freaking give you a super chat for $5 for lip gloss. And yet you're asking them to help support somebody that could use some assistance. And then all of a sudden, next thing you know, it's like, oh yeah, no donations here. Not about caring about people. So that's how that was to me, right? Is that you have Belinda who literally would not come out and ask, but obviously is asking, and there's tons of us, okay? So we don't got to worry about little fuck faces like McNutt there that are trying to tear down Belinda and the GoFundMe, as well as some others, because that's all they're trying to do is stir the damn ass pot. But again, let's see. Give money for sucking up ass on the DG show for McNutt there? Or that's where I didn't care. I knew Lori fucking was donating stuff. I don't even give a shit. I don't care how much you're a donator to the channel. And that if you are two-faced, and which she was for McNutt, and that's the reason why I blocked her, because I was sent a screenshot of the comment she made about Belinda, and I was like, fuck you, two-faced bitch. And I blocked her, right? Because it was kind of like, so she tries to portray like she's Belinda's, like, talks to Belinda and stuff like that. Nicety nice. Nah, you're a two-faced bitch is what you are. And again, she's just trying to tear Belinda down. Why would you do that? Why would you try to take away from somebody that's not saying, I'm asking for 100,000, 50,000. I'm just going to ask as things come up and arise, if people can help out with some, with some funds. And there's tons of us out there that will do that in a second for Belinda. Right? And so this lady, McNutt there, is trying to take away from a grandmother. How despicable and low life do you need to be, McNutt, to sit there and take away from Belinda that is trying to get answers or guardianship for Jack and Lily? And you want to try to shit on her? You disgusting piece of crap is what I got to say to anyone that literally tries to take away from people that are genuine and are just being honest. And everyone here knows that when you're talking about Belinda, the only one truthful person that people believe that has no stake in the game is Belinda. And that bitch wants to sit there and talk about Belinda and try to act stupid and go, well, why would she need money when she got a pro bono lawyer? Because you're a low-life piece of shit, McNutt, right? And that's why your last name is McNutt, because you're a fucking loony bin. And you sit there and you propagate shit like that. And you try to get others because you're an evil, sick, twisted human being. That's what you are. That's how I see someone like that. Okay, enough said. McNutt, I hope you hear this. And I hope you look in the fucking mirror and see what a piece of shit you truly are. That's what I want to say to that. Because I find that so utterly disgusting that she was trying to claim stupid and then sitting there trying to shit on Belinda. Fucking bitch. Sorry, watch my language. Fucking fucking hag. Oh, I like DT then, Yvette. What? Tips, maybe, hopefully. I think that, like I said, so I might not agree with that, DT's personal outlook, but I respect DT as a person. I think DT is a really great guy in a lot of ways. Absolutely. Right. But I just think in this case, it's a little bit too heated, between people and the feeling of blocked and stuff like that. And again, how are you going to get, you're not going to get somebody to talk either, if you're, well, I don't know. Right. But if you're getting bashed in the talk and stuff like that, and people are kind of shitting on you, it's kind of like a no-win situation there. You got to respect your guests, and stuff like that. But by the same token, you have to let people have their opinions, I feel, regardless. Amen, Robin. Amen. Amen. Put her there. I have the most respect, repeat, for Belinda. She's the only one who is there for Jack and Lily. How someone could say anything bad about Belinda. Exactly. The people that's what I'm talking about. These are the people that I will not have in my channel. I don't care about that stuff. What I care about is acting like a decent fucking human being in life. Ooh, I wonder if my husband messaged me and said, baby, bed. Let's see here. No, but I hear the bathroom. Probably knew I got to get going. But but that's the thing, right? Like, just look at who that person is that actually has to say something like that. And then ask yourself, is that a good person? Or that's someone that's trying to tear down Belinda, who has shown nothing but being authentic and wanting answers for Jack and Lily. And I know for one that as soon as she needs help from me, I'll be giving her whatever I can afford to help her out for any cost. And I know a lot of you feel the same way. Why? Because I believe that a lot of you guys want Belinda. Because not only because you guys care about her, but want to her have guardianship so that the answers and that can come to her, because those two other people are not deserving of fucking Jack and Lily and Meadow. Okay? They're not deserving of those children. Right? So in your heart of hearts, would you not want to see guardianship be given to Belinda? Right? Again, Malia chose to push her away. Their relationship was good before that. So I just don't understand why evil bitches like Lori McNutt there try to tear down Belinda, because it says a lot about who Lori is. And it's not nice. And that's not just Lori, don't get me wrong, because there was some others joining in on that. And I'm just like, but she purposely instigated that, right? And that's what I'm talking about with Daniel. When you purposely instigate shit and you're doing it on purpose because you're doing it for the sake of trying to tear others down. Now, like I said, Daniel, right? He's always trying to keep selling his bullshit and bullshit and bullshit. Like, but like I said, someone like McNutt there, I see right through exactly what you did yesterday. And she's just trying to get others on board to be like, yeah, what the fuck? Why would Belinda need money? Well, great, Mallory. Why don't you donate all that money you keep donating to the G show and stick it in the GoFundMe for Belinda, who's actually trying to find, what happened to 2 children and get guardianship? How about you shut the fuck up? How about them apples? Absolutely. That's a thing. Belinda knows, because we've already talked about this as well. She really, doesn't like to ask for help. But in this case, she needs to ask for help. So if there's all these costs that are going to come along with the pro bono, all these other different things, she does need our help. Simply put, she can't afford all these expensive costs. She isn't money bags, but apparently McNutt is. So McNutt, like I said, why don't you turn your devil ways into godly ways and help Belinda out, right? It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous how hypocritical that is. But it was the fact that she purposely did it. That's what pissed me off, and that's why I'm calling that bitch out, for that reason. And Mariska, you can kiss my ass as well. She's probably even more pissed because I blocked her. Sounds like Lori McNutt is looking for. Oh, Lori Mc. Oh, she's a suck up. Oh, she's a suck up. That one, honestly. But it's just the fact of when somebody purposely does something with the intent of dropping a seed, and then others going, yeah, what the fuck? Why would Belinda need help? And she knew exactly why. But she did that. Nasty there, Lori. Nasty woman. Nasty. Anyways, I hope she heard her name at least 100 times in that last 5 minutes. I just want to say again, Lori, nasty bitch. That's what you are. Anyways, okay, so we're going to end on a better note. We're going to talk about Jack and Lily for a second. Again, if you haven't hit that like and the share, Jack and Lily, they need our help. They need our voices. Earl, come on, dude, speak up. Speak up, tell us. Family members, come out of the woodwork. Start speaking up for Jack and Lily. Yes, Sonny, God will bless Belinda with the custody. Mark my words. Prayer is a powerful thing. Absolutely. How can she ban Canadians? That's the strangest thing I ever heard from a creator. How can he ban Canadians? That's the strangest thing I've heard from. I don't understand. How can he ban? That's the strangest thing I've heard. I don't know what that means. Is that supposed to be he, she? Well, content creator, but how can he ban Canadians? That's the strangest. Oh, I see. I think, are you talking about DT's channel? Yes. Okay. Thank you. It started to make sense. Yeah. How can he ban Canadians, right? Because it's a Canadian case and stuff like that. Well, at the end of the day, it's one of those things. It's his channel. He can do whatever he wants, right? I would never tell him how to, I would say my feelings, but that would be like me asking someone to tell me how to run my channel and stuff like that. At the end of the day, I appreciate the fact that there's different opinions out there, people talking. We just want answers for Jack and Lily. So whatever the outcome is, the bottom line is that it still is Jack and Lily answers, right? Wherever that truth lays, we want answers. They deserve it. Yeah. So let's say goodnight, guys. I mentioned have an issue with DT because it is a Canadian case, and many were banned and are Canadian. Well, again, I can't explain, what the heck is going on in that channel, and not going to because I don't freaking know on that stuff. I don't give a shit if you're Canadian or American or from somewhere else. Be respectful when in here, except for Lori McNutt, but she's banned. Okay. Just kidding. And Mariska, just kidding. But anyways, it's all about just kindness and just trying to be nice to each other, not tearing people down, not trying to out Belinda like Lori McNutt did. If you guys see her in a chat saying that shit, you guys call her out. For all the people that love Belinda, you guys call her nasty ass out for doing shit like that. Because that's just ignorant, trying to take away from that, trying to claim stupid. Well, maybe because she is stupid. DT has a tight restrictions. He does have tight restrictions. Good night, you guys. Enoch, there should have been an arrest made by now. Well, again, I think the heat is on. That's what I think. I think the heat is on. Do. I think I've seen McNutt in Queen Bee's. Well, Queen Bee's a fucking nut herself, okay? Like, that's another channel from Sebastian's case, eh? That's woman's freaking crazy ass herself. That's a bunch. She's nasty, actually. Well, actually, there's one probably nasty. They're both nasty. That's a bunch of really nasty beeshes. Yeah. What's the other one? Not Queen Bee. No, or is it Queen Bee? The one no offense, but the one with like the double, triple chins. And she talks like right up there, and her husband's always, what's that? What's her name? You know, the one with the freaking big ass mouth that's like fucking like huge. And her channel is just about drama and constantly swearing all the time. And she acts like she's like 15 years old talking. Can't think of that name. But it's not, is that Queen Bee? No. Queen Bee's. Sure. Anyways, can't think of Cluminati. Thank you so much. Whew, I almost forgot about that name. Cluminati. Yeah. Cluminati and Queen Bee. You know, I think that they think that they're like really great bitches. And again, I mean, their shit gets people to watch them too, by the same token. Anyways, justice for Jack and Lily will be your voices for you, Jack and Lily. We love you, kids. We take you on like you're our own. We love you, Belinda, and the family members that are out there truly searching for answers. Earl, keep talking, dude. Keep talking. We want to learn more. It's very important, right? I mean, say your piece. That's all I got to say. Daniel, Janie, shut the fuck up for a bit, right? You guys need to tone that shit down, right? Stay quiet. Daniel, Daniel, I don't even know that I would come back out from underneath the rock, to be honest with you on this one. That's going to be a hard one, but he will. You mark my words, man. He'll be back. He'll be back, you know? And then Janie will be going, my son wouldn't have nothing to do with it. He's so perfect. Janie. Okay, good night. Good night. Rhonda, thank you for that super chat. There we go. Jack and Lily missing 168 days, 5 months and 15 days. Wow. We are this. Wait, where are they? Speak up. They need to come home. Well, see, that's about the punctuation thing, right? Because she probably ran out of room. But no, that's beautiful. Marie Antoinette on there. Explore Cry, though, I thought you meant no. Anyways, you guys, Jack and Lily, bless those children, honestly. I know that there's other missing children in that, but, you know, we've been focusing a lot on Jack and Lily's case, very much so. But anyone that has children knows that just looking at these faces breaks your heart when you're watching a circus act that's going on, and you just want truth. And hopefully that will come for Jack and Lily soon. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. Okay. Thank you guys all. Shit. 5 hours and 17 minutes. I looked at the clock a while ago and it was like 1 hour and something. That's crazy. Sunny. This is what happens when I don't talk for a bit and don't do a live. And then I got shit to say once Kent left me. No, thank you, you guys. Here we go. Jack and Lily.
In the woods where shadows lay,
my husband's probably like, good time.
Jack and Lily went to play.
He found another missing. Yeah, I heard that. I heard
on a rainy May afternoon.
Sad song.
Now we whisper hope soft too. Echoes of laughter fill the air, but where are they? We stand in prayer. Oh, Jack and Lily, where have you gone? We'll hold on tight through this endless storm.
I'll see you guys tomorrow night.
In our hearts forever you'll stay.
What?
With every prayer we send your way.
Beautiful Beds by Charmaine and Ian. Belinda.
Hundreds gathered hearts.
Oh yeah, I just want to say this last thing at the end. That's why I didn't end it quite then there. At the stage, actually do this. Okay, so don't forget, as far as we know, everything should be good to go. But again, Nick from Please Bring Me Home, the executive director, he'll be joining us on a live we'll set the live for 7:10. So that way, just in case he has any issues, because he's never been on like a YouTube live and stuff like that. So just as long as there's no issues. But again, we want to understand exactly how things transpire, where it goes from somebody asking to the point of, them coming into search, what they get ready for, where they're looking to search, whatever information. Okay, guys. So again, that will be tomorrow night, 4:00 PST time. Well, 4:10, 7:10. It would be for Eastern, and 8:00, 8:10 for Nova Scotia time. Okay, guys. Okay. Have a good night. Bye-bye. I'm just going to end the stream. I'm just going to do it the easy way. End stream. End stream. Bye, guys.